crime is beyond control.
Crime continues to be a problem sweeping Baltimore City, but now we're seeing more juveniles involved than before. We have the latest on 2 young teens who led police on a chase from the county into the city. Hundreds of bills passed during this legislative session, but how many of them are tailored towards reducing ongoing violence?
And a warming trend is getting underway today. I'll let you know exactly how warm it's going to get when we are tracking our next chance of showers in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Oh, it's going to be a fun Wednesday morning with us right here at Fox 45. I'm Tom Rogers. It's May 10th, and we have meteorologist Amy Aronson in the studio. That's because we have kind of team coverage this morning, kind of.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
Justin's out on I shouldn't say secret mission. I feel like he's been talking about it forever now. But we will see him pop up later this morning, and he's got some nice weather to be outside the studio today. We are waking up to clear skies and actually some pretty cool temperatures this morning. Lots of low 50s showing up on the map right now. And yeah, it feels cooler than it was 24 hours ago. So maybe throw on a light jacket as you step out the door. Our numbers are running about 10 degrees cooler this morning. But we are looking at a warmer day ahead of us, actually. So as you dress the kids for the bus stop, light jackets this morning, but by the afternoon, most likely they'll be taking the jackets off. With tons of sunshine, we end up in the very seasonable low 70s today. And that's just the start of a nice little warming trend that brings us back into summery temperature levels. I'll explain where our temperatures are going and when we are tracking our next weather maker in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Taking a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the region here. No issues to report, some construction zones, but no new construction zones. It's the same ones that you've seen for the past few weeks. Breaking overnight, police investigating a shooting out of South Baltimore. This happening last night around 10. According to police, 33-year-old man was shot in his leg right near 5th Street and East Patapsco Avenue. Anyone with information should contact police or Metro Crime Stoppers. That number right there on your screen, 866-7-LOCK-UP. Also developing now in a city in crisis, a series of car break-ins in Baltimore County leads to a chase into Baltimore City. Baltimore County police arresting 2 teens who were too young to legally drive. The commotion awoken neighbors as it unfolded right outside of their homes.
The car was coming this way. They blocked the car off, coming up Pentwood. Suspects jumped out the car, scattered.
It scared me. I was in the window and I looked, I said, what is going on?
2 neighbors that you just heard from both witnessed the end of the police pursuit in Baltimore City. Now, Baltimore County police say at one point in the 2.5-mile pursuit, an officer who tried to stop the teens was dragged. And those teens also hit 2 police vehicles. Investigators say the suspects hit those 2 vehicles, but then, as you heard, took off. They were arrested.
I know for a fact that not all youth want to go down that path, but the sad case is we're going to have youth that just continue to commit crimes, but, you know, eventually they're going to have to be held accountable for that.
Police say the suspects are now under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services. Shannon Lilly will have more on this story coming up in our next half hour. And this is just the latest example of a young person accused of committing a violent crime this year. Last week, 18 and 14-year-old were arrested for the murder of the T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Now, last month, large, chaotic crowds. Remember these videos of young people gathering at the Inner Harbor by the hundreds? 2 teenagers were shot during a fight in one of those crowds. And in March, police say an armed 15-year-old student carjacked an Uber driver and then ran into Carver High School in the middle of the day to try and get away. Officers say they found him sitting in a classroom with other students with a loaded gun. Despite the crime crisis needing to be addressed, Governor Wes Moore just signed hundreds of bills this week, but not a single one is geared towards stopping the state's youth crime crisis. Over the course of the 2023 legislative session, more than 800 bills were passed covering everything from abortion to cannabis to minimum wage. Not one law takes action against tackling juvenile crime.
They missed the ball this year because you had a new governor and they were focusing on his legislative priorities. I think next year they're going to have to step up to the plate, start to use the next several months to build a program to deal with this problem, because it's not something that's going away and it will become a political issue.
Political analyst John Dede went on to say with lawmakers' failure to address the youth violence, it can not only cost more lives, but also threaten their seats in Annapolis during the next election cycle. Happening today in a city in crisis, the trial for a former city employee begins. Police say Gardnell Carter hit and killed a man in December 2020. Carter worked for Safe Streets program for years. Last summer was listed as an outreach liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. He was arrested last year and charged with the crime in February. Fox 45 News found emails from MONSE's director, Shantae Jackson, reading that Carter was released following the, quote, assistance and support of Mayor Scott and MONSE. Fox 45 News will be at the courthouse for the start of this trial this morning. We'll have complete coverage both on air and online. Also happening later on this morning, Senator Corey McCray and the College Bound Foundation, they're holding a news conference on an alternative to college education. Olivia Dance will be there live today to bring you the latest on this program. Also happening today around our region this evening, the Harford County Council holds a budget meeting. Last week's meeting came with protests over proposed school budget cuts. And this afternoon, Governor Wes Moore, the state police superintendent, will participate in the State Police Fallen Heroes ceremony. Next week is National Police Week. At noon, the Board of Education will hear about the significance of high school student capstone projects, while 3 new proposed courses will be discussed. We're just a day away from the end of Title 42. Coming up after the break, the preparations underway as another surge is expected at the southern border. And we have sunny skies in store today. Coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at how long these summer-like temperatures are going to last. You're going to love it today. 4:36, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.39 on this Wednesday morning. We are tracking a warming trend over the next couple of days, and today's just the start of it. Today we head into the very seasonable low 70s, and if that's not warm enough for you, wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow's when we break back into the more summery 80s, and we're going to stay there for a couple of days, at least until our next weather maker gets here. Unfortunately, it looks like that's going to arrive over the weekend now. I've got an updated look at exactly when we can expect some showers from that in just over 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. The first troops arrive at the southern border. About 550 are part of the first wave. Around the end of the month, there are expected to be more than 900 soldiers, Marines, and airmen who will follow. Homeland Security made the request to help with the expected surge of migrants when Title 42 expires tomorrow. Defense officials say the 90-day effort will help free up border agents to focus on the illegal migrants by having troops do more of background duties.
They'll be providing additional ground detection and monitoring capability, warehouse support, data entry. Again, they'll be there in support of Customs and Border Patrol. They will not be conducting any type of law enforcement activities.
Now, the active duty troops may be replaced by reservists during the 90-day period.
What happens when the White House and the press are at odds? I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with a look at the tricky balance in covering politics these days.
Toxic wastewater from the Ohio train derailment is on its way to Baltimore after the company in charge said it would not happen. Why this change happened is having leaders on edge. Here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, at the finish line for Title 42. How it will impact communities near the border. A local sheriff joins us to discuss this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:41 is the time now. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .444 and taking you live to our nation's capital this morning, where the confrontation in the White House between politicians and the press has been getting some attention. Sinclair's chief political correspondent, Scott Thuman, shows us why the power struggle is back in the spotlight.
It's often been a prickly relationship between the media and the White House, the two traditionally butting heads over what's fair reporting and what's fair game, usually accompanied by a chorus of shouts.
Thank you very much.
But now new clashes. The New York Post claiming it was barred from attending Biden's event Monday due to space limitations, then publishing a photo of empty seats. The Post alleging it could be retaliation for its critical reporting on Hunter Biden, or reporters fighting just to get called on, then being rebuked for it.
I hear your question, but we're not doing this the way you want it. This is the disrespectful. I'm done. Simon, I'm done.
Now some media pointing out requirements to keep full access to the White House grounds comes with a caveat. The White House expects all hard pass holders, it reads, to act in a professional manner while on White House grounds by respecting their colleagues, White House employees, and guests.
Obviously, the people in the White House want every member of the media to make the president look wonderful and his priorities, exactly what this country needs. Whereas the media is after the truth and news and a good story. So there's this natural born conflict there.
The confrontation's nothing new, whether it be under LBJ in the 1960s, Richard Nixon's infamous feuds with the press, or Trump's retaliation against those who challenged him most.
Like when White House staff revoked reporter Brian Karem's press pass after he and a former White House aide got into this heated exchange. A judge intervened, saying the White House was wrong.
That's enough. Put down the mic.
And the Trump administration pulled CNN reporter Jim Acosta's badge after numerous confrontations, prompting CNN to sue, and the White House eventually returning his pass. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
4:46 on this Wednesday morning, and trending now, the governor of Minnesota signs a law renaming a stretch of highway in honor of pop superstar Prince. 7-mile stretch of the State Highway 5 will soon feature these purple signs designating it is Prince Rogers Nelson Memorial Highway. It runs past Prince's Paisley Park Museum and Studios in Minneapolis, suburbs of Chanhassen. Now, the signs are being paid for by friends and fans of Prince, and Prince's sister Sharon Nelson shared her excitement over the measure.
But I want to thank all of you for coming, and I want to thank all the Purple fans, the Purple Army. We love them, I love them, and they stand with me and encourage me. We will keep the family name there forever.
Well, Governor Tim Walz used purple ink to sign the legislation. That's what he's holding up right there. Now we're starting to see a little bit of the signs. He says he's proud Prince called Minnesota home. Now we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like if you're heading down to Camden Yards today. Rubber match against the Rays.
Yes.
6:35 tonight, and then they're hosting Pittsburgh come Friday.
Yeah, they've had a nice stretch of weather, too. I went out Monday night, and the only issue I faced, my allergies were out of control. I could not stop sneezing.
Preach.
The entire
Preach
time. And the poor lady sitting next to me said, bless you, every single time I sneeze. Yes. My husband's like, maybe we should move seats. It was getting awkward, yeah. So be prepared for that. If you're headed out to Camden Yards tonight, take your allergy medications. You're going to need them. We've got another nice sunny day, but that means pollen problems will unfortunately continue too. So for first pitch, dress for the low 70s. After that, it's going to be nice and comfortable. Temperatures will be falling through the 60s, ending the game under crystal clear skies with temperatures in the mid-60s. So hopefully another win there tonight. All lit up there this morning, gearing up for this evening's game. We've got a nice start to the day in that area. Nothing really happening down at the Inner Harbor. Clear skies, cool temperatures to begin. Mid-50s to start, but I am tracking rising temperatures not only today, but over the next couple of days. Low 70s where we end up this afternoon. Actually, sunny skies will stick with us as we head through midweek, and then I am tracking our next weather maker. Timing not ideal here, but over the weekend, some showers showing up on Saturday. High pressure in control currently. That's keeping us nice and dry. Not much happening locally on the weather map. Putting in this to motion, you'll notice barely even any clouds in the sky this morning. Skies should remain clear today. We've got cool temperatures all around the region. Actually 40s just north of here. But for us, we're hanging out in the mid-50s this morning. And then eventually we climb about 20 degrees into the 70s this afternoon. High pressure just sinks southward today, keeping us bright and sunny. As we get into the day tomorrow, similar setup, no real changes. It's not until Friday that I think some clouds will push back in. And then here comes that weather maker. A weak disturbance rushes in from the west, and that's going to send us some showers overnight Friday into early Saturday morning. So Saturday morning, plan on some showers to start. I don't think the whole day's a washout. Looks like we'll be drying out during the second half of the day, and that's going to lead us into a drier end to the weekend, actually. So for today, just knock out your yard work now. We've got sunshine. We've got comfortable temperatures. Temperatures ending up exactly where they should be, in the low to mid-70s this afternoon. As we look ahead at what to expect for the weekend, Mother's Day weekend looks nice and warm on Friday with highs in the low 80s. Saturday, not quite as nice for outdoor plans. I'd have some indoor plans at that point with some showers, especially for the first half of the day with highs in the mid-70s. By Mother's Day, it looks like it is drier, more clouds than sun, but at least it stays nice and warm with highs hanging out in the mid-70s. Temperatures are trending up over the next couple of days. We're even throwing some 80s back into your 7-day forecast. That's going to be the case both tomorrow and Friday. The mid-70s are back over the weekend with that shot at some showers on Saturday. Mother's Day looks drier, but it looks like on Monday another chance for some scattered showers. But the 70s are here to stay next week. Low 70s on Monday, upper 70s will follow next Tuesday. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Now let's take a look at your Len Stoller traffic network and look at some of the area cameras around the Beltway for you here. Traffic's moving along just fine. Some regular construction zones that you've seen here. 95 northbound, everything's clear there. And then also all along the outer loop right near 795. Plus, we want to show you JFX right now. Wide open. No issues at all to report around Northern Parkway here, both north and south. Just know that they were clearing the trees yesterday, and they will probably be moving one of those cameras up north from the city. Just a hint as they were clearing around one of the poles. So be watching your speeds when you're traveling north over Cold Spring Avenue in the next coming weeks. Debt debate continues in the U.S. after a meeting at the White House, what each side of the aisle is expecting to accomplish before Friday. President Trump found liable for sexually abusing a woman in the 90s. Coming up in the latest developments, and we've got some reaction too. 4:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:11 on this Wednesday morning. We're waking up to clear skies and cool temperatures right now. Eventually, sunshine will take over. Low 50s at the Berman Seltzer Tower today, where Justin Chambers will be shortly. He's going to enjoy some pretty views with clear skies through the afternoon. Upper 60s by lunchtime. Perfect day for an outdoor lunch, and then low 70s to wrap things up. Very pleasant finish to the day. And tomorrow's going to be even warmer. We've got a couple of really warm days ahead of us before our next weather maker gets here. I've got an updated look at when we'll see showers this weekend and what it means for your outdoor weekend plans in 10 minutes. Tom?
Crime is beyond control.
Crime continues to be a problem sweeping this city, but now we're seeing more juveniles involved than ever before.
Still to come this morning, did this year's legislative session become a turning point to try and reduce the violence city and statewide?
But first, Pakistan's former prime minister is arrested. The charges he is facing and which side the majority of the country is on. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .14 and developing now, Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan is arrested on multiple corruption charges. CNN reports paramilitary troops forced their way into a courthouse in Islamabad to apprehend him. Khan was unseated in a no-confidence vote in April of last year, but remains Pakistan's main opposition leader. The arrest sparked violent protests from his supporters, some denouncing it as an abduction. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre acknowledged the arrest, but referred questions to the government of Pakistan.
As we have said before, the United States does not have a position on one political candidate or party versus another. We call for the respect of democratic principles and the rule of law around the world.
Court documents show the charges were brought by the National Accountability Bureau, which is the country's anti-corruption agency. Khan argues the case is a politically motivated plot by his successor, the current prime minister.
Well, closer to home, it seems some of the wastewater from the Ohio train derailment earlier this year is still headed to our area. This news comes despite the private company in charge of dealing with the cleanup said it would not bring the water here after pushback from city and state leaders. Now we're learning the wastewater will be coming here after all. 500,000 gallons have already been processed right near Houston, Texas. The company saying its Baltimore plant is equipped to safely process this wastewater, but out of respect for Mayor Brandon Scott and the Baltimore Department of Public Works, it will not be discharging any of the wastewater after processed. Instead, it will be shipped back to Ohio for disposal. And toxic wastewater will travel through Baltimore County to get to the treatment plant in Baltimore. It has County Executive Johnny Olszewski concerned.
We have to be very careful and make sure that it is a slow, safe route of transport, that we don't have any derailment issues, and that also that we're tracking and monitoring to ensure that nothing does go into our wastewater system once.
Mayor Brandon Scott responding in a statement assuring no wastewater will be discharged in Baltimore. Water expected to arrive any day now.
Well, it's 5:16. We need to get a check of our forecast heading into this Wednesday.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Amy Aronson hanging out here in studio with us because Justin's on assignment today.
Yeah, I'd say it's a secret, but I don't think he's keeping it a secret
at all.
At all, yeah. And he's got a beautiful morning to be out of the studio, soaking up some fresh air. The only issue you face today, and I know, Tom, you're facing this, the pollen problems. Levels are high today. Maple, oak, and ash, that's what's to blame. Also, grass pollen continues to be an issue. The good news is relief is on the way. You'll notice a drop-off as we head over the next couple of days, and by the weekend, we're in much better shape. And that's actually because we're tracking our next weather maker at that point. Dark and early this morning, you can see the city in the distance here from our Towson camera. Nice and clear out there, so that view is kind of cool this morning. Cool temperatures, too. Lots of 50s on the board. That's what you want to dress for as you step out for work and school. Low and mid-50s to get your Wednesday morning started. Not much happening here on the East Coast, but I do want to point out what's happening in Texas. In Houston, actually, the threat for flooding, flash flooding continues there. They are still under a flood watch, and it looks like showers and storms are actually ongoing there this morning. But for us, we've got high pressure, and we are going to reap the benefits of that again today. High pressure is slowly sinking southward, and that's going to send us another round of sunshine today. With the sunshine comes the warming temperatures. We should be in the mid-70s. That's where we're getting today. Low 70s this afternoon. Low 80s will follow Thursday and Friday. Over the weekend, not quite as warm, and that's just because we are tracking that next weather maker and that next chance for rain. Plan on highs dipping back into the mid-70s both Saturday and Sunday. And here comes that rain chance. Looks like it's here by the time you wake up Saturday morning. So daybreak on Saturday, hold off on that jog, on that walk, on that run. We've got showers at that point. Looks like showers will last through about midday, wrapping up as we head through the second half of the afternoon. So that's good news if you have planned Saturday evening. As of now, it looks like we'll be drying out at that point, and Sunday actually looks to be drier for Mother's Day, too. We are mostly dry for the rest of the week. Actually, some really nice days out there. Thursday and Friday, low 80s. It's going to feel like summer. And then we are back in the mid-70s as we head into the weekend. And that's because we are tracking that next weather maker. Looks like our highest chance for rain right now with that would actually come Saturday, especially Saturday morning through the afternoon. Mid-70s on Saturday. Mother's Day definitely better for outdoor plans if you enjoy brunch outside with mom during the afternoon. Mid-70s at that point. Next weather maker comes in on Monday. So scattered showers to head back to work, back to school. We've got low 70s at that point, but it looks like it doesn't last long and we'll be drying out as early as Tuesday with highs in the mid and upper 70s again. And you can always use that QR code that you see right there at the bottom of your 7-day forecast. If you want to use it, just scan it with your phone and it's going to direct you right to our WBFF weather app. And you can also get all these weather updates there for free. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Amy. And taking a look at your Lens Solar traffic network around the Baltimore region, you see some of the area cameras that we have around the inner and outer loop look great. In fact, the only accident in this half of our state is on 270 southbound, and that is in Rockville. So that is the only incident, 2 vehicles involved, and it's not causing any delays. So hopefully that's just a fender bender. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good Wednesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Wednesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. Not a bad start, just dealing with one minor delay. It's Penn Train 505. That's running about 5 minutes late. The other trains and lines of BART are on time. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way, on-time service there from end to end. And Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
After trying to address the ongoing problem of Kia and Hyundai vehicle thefts, it seems like nothing's changed. The discrepancies between the company saying the issue is being worked on and the reality of the numbers.
The church needs to be held accountable.
Nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the fight against abuse in the Baltimore Catholic Church. What's ahead in their legal battle? You're watching Fox 45 News, early edition, all local, all morning.
523 and topping your consumer news, Kia and Hyundai vehicles still being targeted by thieves despite a recent software patch, which was meant to address the issue. The Associated Press reporting a consistent rise in vehicle thefts in several cities, making more than 8 million vehicles potential targets. Thefts began to rise after a TikTok trend exposed a vulnerability in Hyundai and Kia vehicles. The companies say they are ramping up efforts to distribute the software update, and Hyundai added it is doing 6,000 installations per day. Kia says only 5% of eligible vehicles have received the update so far.
Airbnb is reporting a record number of bookings despite rapid inflation. The company says it has earned $1.8 billion to start 2023. That is a 20% increase from the previous year. Airbnb's booking value is twice its size compared to before the pandemic. The home share company says its success comes from increased travel demand and users looking to book longer stays.
Also in your consumer news, Walt Disney World no longer requiring theme park reservations for date-based tickets. Now, this will start with early January visits to the Florida theme parks. Visitors will simply select a start date for that date or later. Purchase the ticket, and then you'll be good to go.
We'll take a look at this. A possible meteorite crashes through a New Jersey home's roof. It just went right through the roof, through it.
Just incredible. Now, when the homeowners first saw it, they thought, well, a rock had been thrown through their window. But then they discovered the roof damage. It's now about the size of a potato, much bigger until it started breaking up while tearing through the Earth's atmosphere. The homeowners plan to have an astrophysicist inspect it. But in the meantime, what if it starts to hatch?
I still don't know if I would have thought meteorite.
I would have gone there.
Right. I'm not sure what I would have thought, but...
I would have yelled for my son, Justin, what are you doing?
All right, well, speaking of space, the James Webb Telescope, which is operated right here in Baltimore, makes another stunning discovery.
Telescope now giving astronomers a close-up look at the first asteroid belt ever seen outside of our solar system.
That's impressive looking. They focused on a star 25 light years from Earth and the dust around it. This detailed image shows 3 massive rings of dust around the star, extending out 14 billion miles. Space just boggles me. I mean, I can't get my mind around that. The 2 inner rings didn't appear in previous images of the star. Scientists say studying the dust belts can help unlock secrets behind how planetary systems form.
Looks like a potato in the middle of that, right? Are they throwing rocks at us now?
Right.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate mom, and you can win extra spending money every day now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code right there for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia contest. Get the question right, you can win a $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Scan the QR code to get your Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Well, we have sunny skies in store for you today.
And we have meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at how long these summer-like temperatures will last.
City leaders are meeting today to discuss the crime crisis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following two big stories for you this half hour. As the crime crisis in Baltimore continues, Baltimore City Council will have a meeting today to address ways to try and curb the violence. The fight for justice continues for the victims of abuse in the Baltimore Catholic Church.
Well, welcome back on this Wednesday. 5:30 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at our forecast today. Kind of a team effort today, if you will, a little bit, because we'll be checking in with Justin Chambers in a little bit.
He's been talking about the Bromo Seltzer Tower for months now, and he's finally going to get his shot at it. So he's going to have some great weather, you said, for going up in the tower.
Yeah, little cool this morning, but should be clear skies and sunshine, allowing for actually some awesome views. I've been up there before. You can actually see a lot once you get up there, so that's another cool thing to do when you're visiting the Broman Seltzer Tower like he's doing this morning. Upper 40s, low 50s to start. So a little cool this morning. Definitely cooler than it was yesterday morning. Temperatures are running about 10 to even 15 degrees cooler in some spots. But not bad as you head out to the bus stop. We do have clear skies and sunshine, and temperatures will be warming. By lunchtime, by recess time, feeling great for outside recess. Upper 60s at that point, and then low 70s to wrap things up today. And tomorrow, even warmer. At that point, you're going to want to break out this summer attire, actually. I'll explain how warm it's going to get for the rest of the week and when we are tracking our next chance for showers in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Happening today in a city in crisis as crime continues to be out of control. City leaders are meeting to discuss a crime reduction plan.
Olivia Dance joins us live now with what we can expect from that meeting today. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right, Tom and Patrice. City leaders are meeting at 1 this afternoon to go over their crime reduction strategy. Now, these meetings often get canceled, but today's meeting hasn't been canceled yet. But it comes as crime is out of control and as Fox 45 News is investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system.
There are insufficient resources today to be able to guarantee that people will be brought to justice, even when it's a repeat violent offender, and even when the person remained in Baltimore.
That was Jason Johnson, former BPD deputy commissioner. We spoke with him about the arrest of Terrell Parker on drug distribution charges May 6th. Court records show the 26-year-old already had 3 open warrants for this arrest, including for attempted murder. One of those warrants was nearly 6 months old. Fox 45 News is questioning why it took Baltimore police so long to arrest Parker. And Jason Johnson says it all comes down to department understaffing. And because of that, they can't track down every person with a warrant, which, of course, is concerning considering the current crime crisis in Baltimore. Now, if today's meeting happens, it'll be interesting to see if city leaders address Parker's arrest or at least the staffing shortages within the police department. Of course, you can find the latest details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance. Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:33. Despite the crime crisis needing to be addressed, Governor Wes Moore just signed hundreds of bills this week. Now, one single one is geared towards stopping the state's youth crime crisis.
Over the course of the 2023 legislative session, more than 800 bills were passed covering everything from abortion to cannabis to minimum wage. But not one law took action against tackling juvenile crime.
They missed the ball this year because you had a new governor and they were focusing on his legislative priorities. I think next year they're going to have to step up to the plate, start to use the next several months to build a program to deal with this problem, because it's not something that's going away and it will become a political issue.
Well, political analyst John Deedy went on to say with lawmakers' failure to address youth violence, it could not only cost more lives, but also threaten their seats in the next election cycle.
Fox 45 News asked you, did lawmakers do everything they could to get juvenile crime under control? 98% of those who voted said no. Earlier this week, Fox 45 News pressed Governor Moore about what he's doing about the problems within the Department of Juvenile Services. You can find his response on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, Fox 45 News continuing coverage of the fallout from Attorney General's report detailing the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Now, nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining that fight. Shannon Lilly joining us live in studio with a look at the latest developments in the case. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening now, Patrice and Tom, is civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining a Baltimore firm vowing to pursue justice. This after the Catholic Church here in Baltimore has already shelled out more than $13 million to abuse victims, but it's bracing for what's expected to be millions more in damages. In fact, some of the church's youngest members who suffered abuse years ago returned yesterday demanding accountability. Now, attorney Ben Crump announcing a series of civil suits he plans to file this fall, representing all ages and all races of victims.
For everybody who was abused, we're going to make sure they have a voice not only in the court of public opinion, but we're going to give them a voice in the court of law. We want you all to know we believe you now, and we stand with you, and you all are victims no more.
Remember, this is all coming after the legislature approved the Child Victims Act last month, which removed the statute of limitations for sex abuse victims. And that means the floodgates are now wide open, allowing any victim to sue the Catholic Church. And law firms are lining up, vowing to represent what's expected to be hundreds of abuse victims. The new law does cap damages from civil suits at $1.5 million. It takes effect in October. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Ben Crump has also joined a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools. The suit accuses the school system of wasting tax dollars and failing to provide an adequate education to generations of students. He also says that the solutions he finds here will make waves around our nation. We also want to disclose Ben Crump is an advertiser on this station.
Happening today across the region. Coming up this evening, the Harford County Council will hold a budget meeting. Last week's meeting came with protest over proposed school budget cuts.
This afternoon, Governor Wes Moore, State Police Superintendent, will be participating in the State Police Fallen Heroes ceremony. Next week is National Police Week.
And at noon, the Board of Education will hear about the significance of high school student capstone projects. 3 new proposed courses will be discussed.
Also happening later this morning, Senator Corey McCray and the College Bound Foundation, they're holding a news conference on an alternative to college education. Olivia Dance will be there live today to bring you the latest on this program.
A Monsey worker is set to appear in court in connection to a deadly crash. Ahead this morning, the concerning email between city leaders about the man who's facing charges.
The next big headline on the economy expected to drop this morning. We have a preview of what to expect when it comes to layoffs. That's right after the break.
We have a warmer and drier day ahead. Meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at when the next weather maker will move into the Baltimore region. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 540 from the Live Center this morning. We're taking a live look over Washington, D.C. as we wait for the next big headline on the economy to drop this morning. The latest consumer price report is expected to be released at 8:30. That is the bigger of the two inflation reports that we track each month. Now, we're not expecting to see much of a change. Most analysts predict inflation will be up another 5%, and that would match inflation in March and still be well above the 2% the Fed is targeting. More layoffs this morning. CBS parent company Paramount says it is cutting 25% of its employees across Showtime and MTV. In particular, MTV News is ending this week after 36 years on the air. LinkedIn is also announcing it is letting go more than 700 workers, or about 3.5% of its global workforce. Microsoft owns LinkedIn and says it's shutting down a job search app that's used in China. Now, markets are a wait and see as we're ahead of the opening bell. This morning's inflation report will be the next market mover. That is the latest from the Live Center.
Crime continues to be a problem sweeping Baltimore City, but now we're seeing more juveniles involved than before. Topping our next half hour, we have the latest on two young teens who led police on a chase from Baltimore County into Baltimore City. Baltimore residents also fighting to save two separate buildings. Coming up after the break, what's historic about the places that have some people getting fired up? 542, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.544, some heated debates over two buildings in Baltimore City, the Hendler Creamery and Grove Park Elementary School.
Right. Protesters made their voices heard at a city council meeting. They're trying to stop the sale of the Grove Park School building to an out-of-town company which plans to demolish the school and build a nursing home. They say the proposed development doesn't reflect the history of the community.
The concern is the equity to the neighborhood, the commercialization, the increase in traffic and the noise, and losing the authenticity of the neighborhood.
Grove Park Elementary School closed in 2018. At the time, board members called it unsustainably small.
Meanwhile, after 3 hours of heated debate, the City Commission for Historical and Architectural Preservation, or CHAP, decided to save Hendler Creamery building. It is the country's first fully automated ice cream factory. At a hearing just last month, CHAP decided to demolish the building to make room for a green space. Some challenged that decision, saying proper protocol was not followed on the vote.
It is the credibility of CHAP which is at stake. If there's enough evidence that was presented here today that causes serious question as to what the process has been on this property.
CHAP will hold another hearing next month to determine if it makes financial sense for the city to preserve the former creamery.
Mayor Brendan Scott lifts the mask mandate at City Hall well over a year after the mandate was lifted for the rest of the city.
The building closed completely in March of 2020, and masks have been required since it reopened April 2022 for all public meetings. Indoor mask mandate for the rest of the city ended in March of 2022.
Well, it's 5:46, and we want to get another look at our forecast as we hit the midweek mark.
Yes, and a cooler but warmer day, and then tomorrow, my goodness, it's supposed to be like the perfect day. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's joining us now to talk about just great weather. I mean, you've got it easy today and tomorrow, right?
Yeah, cruising through the rest of the week. The weekend, of course, another weekend where we're tracking, I know, wah-wah. Some showers, just be prepared. Not all weekend, though, for Mother's Day plans.
Wah-wah.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
good.
Kind of a bummer when we track rain on the weekends. This past weekend was pretty nice, though, so just keep that in mind as we head into this weekend. We are starting off with clear skies. I know the camera view looks a little blue right now. That's because we are approaching sunrise, so it's just adjusting to what's happening as the sun makes its first appearance early this morning. We're off to a comfy start, low 50s to begin, low 70s to end today, so we'll jump about 20 degrees. Rising temperatures will take us through the rest of the week, and then I am tracking some sunshine actually for the next 2 days. Showers will return on Saturday, but the weekend as a whole far from a washout. We do have high pressure in control today and actually tomorrow too, so not much happening locally on our weather map. That purplish color you're seeing just north of here, yeah, that's a frost advisory, so a little frosty there this morning up through western and northern parts of Pennsylvania. Not the case here. We're well above freezing. We're well above frost levels, actually. Lots of low 50s showing up locally, but we are tracking some low 40s just to the north of here. High pressure will remain the dominant feature over the next couple of days as we fly through FutureScan. Nothing really to track here. Some extra clouds will arrive by Friday, and here comes that next weather maker. It pushes in overnight Friday and is here by Saturday morning, and that's what we can throw in that risk for some showers, even an isolated storm at some point during the afternoon as this weather maker tracks its way through the area. That means knock out all your yard work over the next couple of days. We have low 70s today, which is exactly where we should be as we head through early May. Tonight's going to be another really nice one at Camden Yards. If your plans take you out for the game, we've got first pitch at 6:35. Looking great for that. We're close to 70 to start. After sunset, temperatures will be cooling. We're back in the mid-60s by the end of the game. Now let's talk about that weekend forecast. It's going to be nice and warm to start things off on Friday with highs in the low 80s. Saturday, not so pretty. We've got rain, even an isolated thunderstorm with highs in the mid-70s. I'd say Sunday for Mother's Day, definitely the best day for outdoor plans. Not a lot of sunshine, but it's going to be warm and it's going to be drier with highs in the mid-70s. So leading up to that, low 80s for the next couple of days. That's going to spoil us. We're in the mid-70s on Saturday with that chance for some rain and some storms. Mother's Day is definitely drier, but then scattered showers make a speedy comeback on Monday with highs in the low 70s. Tuesday, we dry out once again and warm right back up. The upper 70s are back as we wrap up this 7-day. Tom, Patrice.
All right, well, speaking of spring weather, let's take a look at how our viewers are celebrating the wonderful temperatures. On the left, Troy sent us this picture of his dog getting ready for the Orioles game with his baseball. He said, love them O's. And Shannon sent us a picture for cats enjoying the nice spring day with the window open. And then we've got Jerry, who chimed in this picture of Rebel. He says his pup is finally enjoying the good weather.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you see the Key Bridge right here looking great. No issues to report at all around the Baltimore region. Just a little bit of a disabled vehicle in the construction zone 95 northbound, and that's not causing any delays, and that's just right past White Marsh Boulevard. That's it. Now we want to go to Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got train 511 on the Penn line at Camden 843, operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of BART are on time for the Kindyard start. If your ride is on Light Rail Link on scheduled service, there no delays or issues, and Metro Subway Link chiming in on time in both directions of that line. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Taking you live to Chicago this morning, where the suspects responsible for killing a Chicago police officer have been arrested. What we know about their background so far.
A jury finds former President Trump liable in a civil sex abuse case. His reaction to the charge and how much the victim has been awarded. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. All local, all morning.
.553 and turning now to your Vote 2024 coverage. Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks is officially running for U.S. Senate.
She is now the fourth Democrat to announce a campaign for Senator Ben Cardin's seat after he announced he would not seek re-election.
Goucher College pollster Malia Cromer says we should expect a hotly contested big money race.
We're going to be flooded with television ads. There's no doubt in my mind. Endorsements are going to matter, and the fundraising is going to matter, and we'll hopefully check back in the fall to see what the polls look like.
Also, Brooks is expected to draw national support and prominent endorsements. Other candidates include Councilmember Will Jawando, a big name in Montgomery County, and Representative David Trone, who founded Total Wine, can spend tens of millions of his own money. And then we also have socialist Jerome Siegel. He is also in the race.
Now making headlines this morning, former President on his social media site to a jury finding him guilty of sexual assault and defamation against writer E. Jean Carroll. He writes on his Truth Social account, quote, "I have no idea who this woman is. This verdict is a disgrace, a continuation of the greatest witch hunt of all time." His lawyer says he will be appealing the verdict.
You know, he's firm in his belief, as many people are, that he cannot get a fair trial in New York City based on the jury pool. And I think one could argue that that's probably an accurate assessment based on what happened today.
Carroll has been awarded $5 million in damages. In a statement, she said, quote, "The world finally knows the truth."
Former Fox News host Tucker Carlson has a new gig. Fired TV news personality said in an interview posted to Twitter yesterday he's launching his own show on Twitter. Carlson was abruptly fired weeks ago after Fox News paid a multi-billion-dollar settlement to Domino Voting Systems in a defamation lawsuit. In the video, Tucker says that his Twitter is not partisan site, calling it a bastion of free speech.
Speech is the fundamental prerequisite for democracy. That's why it's enshrined in the first of our constitutional amendments. Amazingly, as of tonight, there aren't many platforms left that allow free speech. The last big one remaining in the world, the only one, is Twitter.
New CEO Elon Musk has been criticized in recent months for censoring journalists during his first months as its head.
Senator Dianne Feinstein is coming back to the Senate. The 89-year-old Democrat from California was expected to return to Washington last night, according to Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. This following a nearly 2-month absence after being hospitalized with shingles. Details on her condition and return were unclear. Some members of her own party had called on her to resign, arguing that she was compromising Democrats' efforts to confirm President Biden's judicial nominees.
Continuing coverage this morning, we are taking you live to Chicago, where arrests have been made in connection to the weekend death of a Chicago police officer. 24-year-old Ariana Preston was shot and killed after her shift early Saturday. Police sources telling the Chicago Tribune there are now 5 suspects as of Monday. The suspects ranging in age from 16 to 18. Preston had worked for Chicago police for 3 years. She was set to graduate Loyola University School of Law this weekend.
Texas officials say the suspect in a deadly shooting at a Dallas area outlet mall had, quote, neo-Nazi ideation, but no prior criminal record. Investigators are looking through the social media presence and electronic devices of 33-year-old Mauricio Garcia. Officials say he killed 8 people and wounded 7 others in the attack on Saturday. Garcia had 3 weapons on him during the shooting and 5 more in his vehicle. Investigators say they were all bought legally, but they are running checks to see if the weapons had been used in any previous crimes. Officials are still trying to figure out a possible motive into the shooting.
To me, it looks like he targeted the location rather than a specific group of people. He was very random in the people he killed. It didn't matter the age, same race or sex. He just shot people, and which is horrific in itself.
Sibley also says that the shooting lasted just 3 to 4 minutes before the gunman was killed by responding officers with the Allen Police Department. Multiple agencies are assisting in this investigation.
The trial for a former Baltimore City employee starts today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into the controversial details of his case.
2 teens lead police on a wild chase from Baltimore County to the city. Just ahead, how it all ended.
And we're off to a cool start this morning, but I am tracking a warm-up that actually gets underway today. I'll let you know exactly what that means for the rest of the week in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, May 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. In a little bit, we're going to give you a neat perspective from downtown, a little bit. Well, somebody's been texting me a lot this morning. Our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, is up and about, and he's excited to be out on the scene this morning.
And we're gonna, where in the world is Justin? It's that kind of feeling today. Although he's been telling everybody the Bromo Seltzer Tower, it's been his.
That's where he's headed.
Yeah, that's his bucket list.
Yeah, he said at one point he's like my white whale. You know, he's like finally going to give me
I'm glad he's getting it today.
I hope it lives up to the hype, the excitement. I was up there like years ago, and it's interesting.
Don't tell him that you've already been there, done that.
Been there, done that. We'll see what he thinks today. He's going to be extra hyped because he probably had a little bit of extra sleep. Heading up there shortly, though, so we'll check in with him.
I think the elevators are broken, so he's going to have to take the stairs.
Getting some exercise. He can do it. He does loops around this building all morning long. We're starting off cool this morning. Light jackets, if you are headed out, maybe doing some exercise. We've got mid and upper 40s now to get things started. So a little bit of a chill this morning, but these temperatures are going to warm quite a bit today. Maybe you are knocking out some exercise early this morning. We've got clear skies, sunshine, and comfy temperatures. We'll end the morning in the low 50s. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I will walk you through our planner for the remainder of the day, and we'll also take a look ahead and when we are tracking our next weather maker, too. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And we're getting reports, disabled vehicle in White Marsh. This is 95 north between White Marsh Boulevard and 24 in that construction zone. Thankfully, though, it's not causing any delays. There is a right lane blocked until they move the vehicle. Our cameras are not showing much of a slowdown, though, thankfully, in the region.
Fox 45 News is following two big stories for you at 6 o'clock.
The trial for a former Safe Streets worker who is accused of hitting and killing a man in 2020 begins today. We look into the controversy surrounding the case and what's expected to unfold.
Plus, two teens are at the center of a high-speed car chase from the county into the city. How authorities were able to catch the suspects and how this could be hinting at a chaotic summer.
And we have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and the details surrounding the trial that is set to start today. Olivia?
Well, Tom, attorneys have indicated the trial will last 2 days, but it's starting at 9:30 this morning right here at the courthouse on Calvert Street. Now, Gardnell Carter was arrested and charged with a crime in February last year, but just last summer he was listed as an outreach liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Last year, Fox 45 News found emails from Shante Jackson, the director of MONSE, saying Carter was released following the, quote, assistance and support of Mayor Scott and MONSE, end quote. A spokesperson later added that it was emotional support for Carter and his family that was referenced in Jackson's email. At the time, Mayor Scott sent Fox 45 News this statement regarding the crash, saying, quote, Mayor Scott and Director Jackson believe in the due process of law. No monetary support was provided, end quote. Now, Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute weighed in back when he heard about that email.
Something is very rotten in MONSE. We're looking at the leader of an organization engaged in political and personal favors, intervening on behalf of somebody who committed a horrendous crime. That's the opposite of safety.
To give you some background, in February 2022, Carter was arrested and charged with vehicular manslaughter. The incident report from a witness says on North Avenue, Carter accelerated quickly, driving into the bus and bike lane. It was at that time that he struck Charles Buster Banks, who was on his bike. Banks later died at the hospital, and the police report claims that Carter was driving 45 miles per hour in an area where the speed limit is 25. Again, the trial starts at 9:30 this morning. You can get the latest details, plus find our past reporting on this, of course, on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
For a fact that not all youth want to go down that path, but the sad case is we're going to have youth that just continue to commit crimes, but you know, eventually they're going to have to be held accountable for that.
In a city in crisis, a high-speed car chase from Baltimore County into Baltimore City is leaving residents in shock.
The suspects involved, 14 and 15-year-olds.
This is just the latest incident involving juveniles, prompting a growing concern about chaos as we head into the summer months.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with the details surrounding the chase and how police were able to catch those teens. Shannon.
Well, we'll get to that in just a moment, Tom, about how they were able to capture those teens. We know it was using a K-9 unit. But before that, police say these 14 and 15-year-old suspects not only stole a car, but they also dragged an officer with that vehicle. In fact, if you take a look right here, part of this early morning scene was captured on cell phone video. This is all seen on the Citizen app. Police released K-9 units, and one suspect was caught bitten by the dog. The other suspect was also captured. All of this, though, certainly a disturbing scene for one neighborhood.
Car was coming this way. They blocked the car off, coming up Pentwood. Suspects jumped out the car, scattered.
It scared me. I was in the window and I looked, I said, what is going on?
These two neighbors you just heard from witnessing the end of this police pursuit along Pentwood Road at Northwood Drive in Northeast Baltimore. The suspects were chased about 2.5 miles from Baltimore County all the way into the city. Baltimore County police say it started when officers responded to a call on Lock Hill Road near Register Avenue just before 12:30 Tuesday morning. And that call was for destruction of property. Now, when officers arrived, they noticed several vehicles had been broken into. Police spotted an empty empty vehicle with its engine running, and that's when police say the two teens jumped in that car and drove off, at one point dragging an officer who tried to stop them. Investigators say the suspect also hit two police cars during that pursuit. Officers eventually arresting these two male teens after they bailed out of the car, and thankfully, the officer who was dragged did not require any medical attention at the scene. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. And from your live center this morning, taking a look from the White House as last-minute preparations are underway with Title 42 expiring in less than 24 hours. Right now, we are following reports from Congressman Tony Gonzalez that at least 80,000 migrants are making their way from South America to the Mexico-U.S. border. That's on top of the federal estimates that 150,000 are waiting to cross from Mexico right now. El Paso is dealing with hundreds of migrants turning themselves into U.S. Customs and Border Protection. City debating whether or not to open its city-run shelters for the migrants. Hundreds more prepare to flood over the border illegally after Title 42 expires tomorrow. And we are getting our first look at the Texas Tactical Border Force landing in El Paso. Governor Greg Abbott says the soldiers will help to intercept the migrants attempting to enter his state illegally, unlike the 1,500 deployed by the Biden administration to help with clerical work. And back taking a look over the White House this morning, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre announcing Tuesday that DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will brief the press today on the administration's multi-agency border plan. Tomorrow, GOP lawmakers set to vote on their Secure Border Act. There's little hope of passing the Democratic-led Senate, but even if it does land on the president's desk, he has already vowed to veto it. That's the latest from our Live Center.
It really gets down to the resources that law enforcement has in Baltimore.
Coming up in our next half hour, the crime crisis in Baltimore out of hand as we head into the summer months, why critics point to a lack of resources, and the meeting set to happen today.
Like I said, it's caused so many problems in my life, and it still does to this day.
Plus, more victims coming forward following the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese. The civil rights attorney who is now joining the fight, and what is expected to unfold in the coming months.
And we'll make a run for the mid-70s this afternoon. I'll let you know when the 80s are back, and then our next chance for showers, too, in a couple of minutes. It's 6:07. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning. 6:10 on this Wednesday morning. We're starting off dry and cool this morning, but going to warm up quickly today. Heading out to the Broman Seltzer Tower, where meteorologist Justin Chambers is headed shortly. Nothing but sunshine. Low 50s to start, but upper 60s by lunchtime. And to wrap things up today, nothing but sunshine and highs headed for the low 70s. And this is just the start of a nice little warming trend that's actually going to bring our temperatures back into summery levels. I'll let you know exactly when that happens and when showers will return in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Happening now, it is Teacher Appreciation Week, and you can make a difference by helping schools in need.
Box Tops is giving you a chance to earn cash for teachers at your school of your choice or a school in need by purchasing products that you already love. All you have to do is scan your receipt that contains at least one eligible Box Top product on the Box Tops app. The company also hosting a sweepstakes. One lucky school will win $10,000 in Box Tops, and Box Tops for Education will donate $10,000 to Kids in Need Foundation. You will be automatically enrolled in the sweepstakes when you scan your receipt within 14 days of purchase.
Still ahead this morning, allergy season is in full swing, and it may have more effects than just making you sneeze. The new study surrounding your mental health and how you can stay vigilant.
City leaders are meeting today to discuss the crime crisis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
A nice look there. Be nice to be out on the beach this morning. We've got a health watch for you. It is allergy season, and new research shows there is a link between those allergies and mood disorders like anxiety and depression.
Experts say roughly 58 million people in the U.S. suffer with allergies, and a large percentage of them also are suffering from seasonal depression.
According to the research, some allergies prompt the immune system to release proteins that regulate depression and anxiety in the brain.
When people have allergies, they don't feel well. They can feel very fatigued. They can feel socially anxious about looking ill, especially in the last few years with COVID.
Well, Well, experts say getting treatment for your seasonal allergies is important, but so is regular mental health checks with a specialist to help prevent symptoms of anxiety and depression from getting any worse.
Baltimore County has a new way to make hitting the water more accessible this summer. County Executive Johnny Olszewski unveiled a new boat ramp and kayak launch at Merritt Point Park in Dundalk. That means more access to a range of water and paddle sports. Olszewski says this is just the first step in new plans to modernize Baltimore County parks and recreational activities.
We are investing historic dollars in our recreation and parks programs across all of our communities in Baltimore County, both in waterfront and water access, but also in improvements like our playgrounds and our bathrooms and our fencing, our fields, really elevating the experience to be a true 21st century parks system.
This new addition marks the first substantial boat ramp project the county has seen in more than 15 years.
Well, if you do have a boat, you need to find out if you're going to be sailing or motoring around the inner harbor and all throughout the waterways.
Good day for it. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is here.
Yeah, perfect couple of days to be on the water, do anything outside if you're lucky enough maybe to have off, or maybe just knock out some yard work. Do it before the rain returns this weekend. We've got the green light not only today, but for the next 2 days. It's actually going to be nice and warm over the next couple of days, too. But come Saturday, I change it to the yellow light because at that point we are tracking some showers. The showers will help us out with this, though. This is one thing you're up against if you're doing some yard work today. We've got pollen problems. Levels are very high today before a gradual drop off as we head through the rest of the week and as we get into the weekend, too. We're starting off with a really cool sunrise this morning. Looking closely at the sun in the distance there, crossing over the horizon. Looks really tiny this morning, but it is going to make a big appearance today and actually help warm us up, especially as it gets higher and higher in the sky. We're off to a cool start, though. 40s in some spots this morning, 40s and low 50s, just kind of depending on where you are. So we're off to a cool start, but a warming trend gets underway later today. I also want to point out what's happening in Texas. They've got ongoing storms there, so flash flooding an ongoing threat, especially for the Houston area today. Much quieter situation here on the East Coast. High pressure in control, keeping us dry, keeping us sunny today and actually tomorrow, too. A beautiful day for anything you want to do outside. Actually, these pups are enjoying the sun. I want to thank Shawnee for that picture. If you're going to be outside enjoying the sunshine and the 70s today, we want to see your pictures. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. And you've got plenty of opportunities to enjoy the sun and the warmer temperatures. We'll jump from the low 70s today to near 80 degrees tomorrow and then low 80s on Friday. Not going to be quite as warm over the weekend. That's because I'm tracking our next weather maker. That will send us some showers on Saturday. Looks like we're drier for Mother's Day on Sunday, but we stay nice and mild with highs in the mid-70s. So here's how that weekend forecast plays out. We get the showers rushing through Saturday morning around daybreak. Showers, even an isolated storm possible. Looks like it won't rain all day. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, showers should wrap up, and after that, we're drier Saturday night, and that's going to lead us into a drier day on Mother's Day. So here's how that weekend forecast plays out. We've got mid-70s both days. Warm and kind of sticky on Saturday. Showers and storms also likely on Saturday, and then it turns drier and actually warmer by the end of the weekend. So here's another look ahead at what to expect for the rest of the week heading into the weekend. Low 80s for the next 2 days. We're in the mid-70s this weekend. Rain chances briefly increase on Saturday and then again on Monday. But an early look at next week looks like temperatures are still trending up. We're stuck in the 70s. That's a good thing. Feeling like spring. Low 70s on Monday, upper 70s through next Tuesday. Tom, Patrice.
All right, Amy, thank you. It has been a beautiful week so far, and as you heard Amy just say, it is going to be another warm and sunny day today. Many of you have been getting outside to enjoy the weather, just like this little guy right here. Troy sent us this picture. He says they love watching the Orioles together, and it was a good day to watch them with their win over the Tampa Bay Rays. Well, whether you're heading to Camden Yards for an Orioles game or maybe taking a walk in the park, we want to see how you're enjoying spring. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Oh, taking a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. No incidents or any delays to report in our region. Taking a look at your travel times, you're heading down the JFX. Right now, it'll take you about 8 minutes to go from the JFX down to the President Street. But can we take a quick look real quick at the smart board? Look at that. Yeah. And if you plan on grabbing the bike and hitting the boardwalk, you're wide open, just like that one scooter right now, moving down the middle of it. And along the beach, there's a little congestion. There's a bunch of seagulls down there right near where the waves are crashing. Oh, let's just sit here for a second. Yeah, not bad. All right, well, now we want to take you a live look from our photojournalist, Graham. He is cruising along here in the Parkville area, heading west right towards Towson. No issues either to report. No wipers. Pretty soon he'll have his sunglasses on, enjoying the weather out there as he's cruising around all over the Baltimore region. Now we want to get a check with your mass transit, and we have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good Wednesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Wednesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, we've got Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of BART are on time for travel. If your ride is Light Rail Link this morning, you'll find on-time service in both directions there. Metro Subway Link, looking in that direction on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code on your screen there for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even have to be a mom. You just have to scan the QR code to get to the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Still ahead after the break, an ongoing debate over gas versus electric stoves, a new option that could save you some time.
Nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the fight against abuse in the Baltimore Catholic Church. What's ahead in their legal battle? That's coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$6.24, gas versus electric. Which is better in the kitchen has been a heated debate amongst home chefs for years.
Consumer Reports revealing a newer cooking option you may want to consider. Last year, Leah Brickley said farewell to her gas range and brought an induction range for her home kitchen. As a professional chef and baker, she was conflicted about using electric heat.
I was a little nervous when they actually pulled the gas stove out and put the induction in, but I haven't looked back, and I don't miss cooking on gas at all.
Consumer Reports' Paul Hope says if you're looking to replace an old range, don't let fear of the unfamiliar keep you from switching to induction.
Induction uses an oscillating magnetic field to actually transfer energy directly from the element to the pan. The result is it's much more efficient and it heats up faster too.
And contrary to what you may have heard, you probably won't need to buy all new cookware.
It's true that induction only works with magnetic cookware, but that really isn't as limiting as it sounds. Cast iron, most stainless steel, even an enameled cast iron Dutch oven all work. If you're not sure, stick a magnet to your pan. If the magnet sticks to it, it's going to work with induction.
What doesn't work? Aluminum, but anodized aluminum might.
Traditionally, anodized aluminum cookware didn't work with induction, but more and more we're seeing pieces like this that come with a special base that's induction compatible.
Another plus is Consumer Reports range tests. Induction burners typically outperform other types of cooktop burners. The Frigid Air earns top scores for low and high heat cooking, plus very good scores for baking, and costs thousands less than many of the other recommended inductions in Consumer Reports ratings. Now, if you're not ready to be fully inducted into the induction club, Consumer Reports also checked out several portable induction cooktops.
Portable induction cooktop is a really good option if you routinely entertain or find yourself without enough free burners on your stove.
This one from Duck's Top heats fast, offers steady simmering, and masters melting. And just like full-size induction cooktops, they are easy to clean. A Consumer Report says if you're making the switch from gas range to the electric induction, you'll likely need to pay an electrician to install a new outlet, the 250 outlet. That typically costs a few $100s and will raise your monthly electric bill.
Still ahead this morning, we are warming up this afternoon. Our Weather Authority team lets us know when we're going to reach the 80s.
Plus, new reports set to drop today, giving us a look at the state of our economy, the latest round of layoffs, and what it could be saying about the inflation. That's just ahead in our live center. 627, bless you. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 6:30. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Amy Aronson in the studio hanging out with us this morning, talking about the absolutely gorgeous weather not only today, but tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got a nice stretch. My job is easy for the next couple of days. Smooth sailing through the rest of the week. Upper 40s, mid 40s this morning, so definitely a little cool out there. Cooler than it was yesterday by about 10, even up to 18 degrees in Baltimore. So temperatures are way down. Don't forget a light jacket, a sweatshirt as you head out to the bus stop. Temperatures remain in the upper 40s, but by the afternoon, jackets no longer needed. Not only will we enjoy sun-filled skies today, high temperatures do end up in the seasonable low 70s before the day is over. And tomorrow, even warmer. I'll let you know exactly how warm it's going to get for the rest of the week and when we are tracking our next weather maker in 10 minutes. Tom?
It really gets down to the resources that law enforcement has in Baltimore.
Church needs to be held accountable for this. They need to be held accountable.
We are following two big stories in a city in crisis. The ongoing crime crisis in Baltimore, especially among juveniles, prompting a growing concern as we head into the summer months.
Plus, new developments surrounding the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly is going to take a look at the legal battle against the Archdiocese.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She is investigating the cracks within Baltimore's justice system and a meeting set for today. Olivia?
Yeah, that's right. City Council is meeting at 1 this afternoon to go over their crime reduction strategy. Now, these meetings often get canceled, but today's meeting hasn't been canceled yet. But it comes as crime is out of control and as Fox 45 News is investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system.
There are insufficient resources today to be able to guarantee that people will be brought to justice, even when it's a repeat violent offender, and even when the person remained in Baltimore.
That was Jason Johnson, former BPD Deputy Commissioner. We spoke with him about the arrest of Terrell Parker on drug distribution charges May 6th. Court records show the 26-year-old already had 3 open warrants for this arrest, including for attempted murder. One of those warrants was nearly 6 months old. Fox 45 News is questioning why it took Baltimore police so long to arrest Parker. Jason Johnson says it all comes down to department understaffing, and because of that, they can't track down every person with a warrant, which of course is concerning considering the current crime crisis in Baltimore. Now, if today's meeting happens as scheduled, it'll be interesting to see if city leaders address Parker's arrest or at least the staffing shortages within the police department. You can get the latest details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining the fight following fallout from an attorney general's report detailing the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Shannon Lilly continues our team coverage this morning with a look at the latest developments in this case. Shannon?
Yeah, so what's happening right now, Patrice and Tom, is civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining a Baltimore firm vowing to pursue justice. This after the Catholic Church here in Baltimore has already shelled out more than $13 million to abuse victims, but it's bracing for what's expected to be millions more in damages. In fact, some of the church's youngest members who suffered abuse years ago returned yesterday demanding accountability. Attorney Ben Crump announcing a series of civil suits he plans to file this fall, representing all ages and all races of victims.
For everybody who was abused, we're going to make sure they have a voice not only in the court of public opinion, but we're going to give them a voice in the court of law. We want you all to know we believe you now, and we stand with you, and you all are victims no more.
And remember, this is all coming after the legislature approved the Child Victims Act last month, and that removed the statute of limitations for sex abuse victims. That means the floodgates are now wide open, allowing any victim to sue the Catholic Church. And law firms are lining up, vowing to represent what's expected to be hundreds of abuse victims. Now, the new law does cap damages from civil suits at $1.5 million. It takes effect in October. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice?
6:34 now from the Live Center this morning. We're taking a live look over Washington, D.C. as we wait for the next big headline on the economy to drop this morning. The latest consumer prices report is expected to be released at 8:30. That is the bigger of the two inflation reports that we track each month. Now, we're not expecting to see much of a change. Most analysts predict inflation will be up another 5%. That would match inflation in March, and it would still be well above the 2% the Fed is targeting. More layoffs this morning. CBS parent company Paramount says it is cutting 25% of its employees across Showtime and MTV. In particular, MTV News is ending this week after 36 years on the air. LinkedIn also announcing it is letting go more than 700 workers, or about 3.5% of its global workforce. Microsoft owns LinkedIn and says it is shutting down a job search app used in China. Now, markets are in a wait-and-see mode ahead of the opening bell. This morning's inflation report will be the next market mover. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Scared me. I was in the window and I look, I said, what is going on?
Coming up in our next half hour, a high-speed car chase from Baltimore County to the city. A dragged police officer, 2 police cars hit. What we are learning about the young teen suspects.
Toxic wastewater from the Ohio train derailment is heading to Baltimore. Still ahead this morning, how the city is responding and if it will impact you.
Plus, a sunny and warmer day ahead. Meteorologist Amy Aronson letting us know when we get back into the 80s. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
This funnel cloud was spotted over Big Sky Country Tuesday evening. Lots of images and videos captured the landspout formation over Montana's Mission Valley. Landspouts are weaker than tornadoes, and since they are weaker, it's not uncommon for them to slide past Doppler radar detection, but they still can cause damage.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
.39 on this Wednesday morning. We are looking at a warm up over the next couple of days. Brings us back into the 70s today, and then actually even warmer tomorrow. Tomorrow, the low 80s will follow, and we'll stay there for the rest of the work week. Over the weekend, I am tracking a little cool down, and that's because our next weather maker is moving in. I've got an updated look at exactly when we'll see showers this weekend in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Happening today across the region. This evening, the Harford County Council will hold a budget meeting. Last week's meeting came with protest over proposed school budget cuts.
This afternoon, Governor Wes Moore, State Police Superintendent, will be participating in the State Police Fallen Heroes ceremony. It actually starts at 11. Next week is National Police Week.
And at noon today, the Board of Education will hear about the significance of high school student capstone projects. 3 new proposed courses will be discussed.
Also happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be announcing the removal of owner-occupied homes from the city's tax sale list.
That is happening at 10:15 this morning at the Baltimore City Hall Executive Conference Room. He will be joined by Council President Nick Mosby, Comptroller Bill Henry, and Councilwoman Odette Ramos. The Biden-Harris 2024 reelection campaign announced the formation of its National Advisory Board. It includes 50 Democratic leaders who will take a leadership role in helping deliver President Biden and Vice President Harris's message and engage voters across the country. Governor Wes Moore will be part of that board and is the only Marylander on the board.
You know, eventually they're going to have to be held accountable for that.
Residents in shock after witnessing a heated car chase from the county into Baltimore City. How authorities were able to catch the young teenage suspects.
Plus, a live look from the White House after what the president is calling a productive meeting on the nation's debt limit. Why some argue more needs to be done on both sides of the aisle. 6:41, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .43 and in your morning rush, Mayor Brandon Scott lifts the mask mandate at City Hall well over a year after the mandate was lifted for the rest of the city. The building closed completely in March of 2020, and masks have been required since it reopened in April of 2022 for all the public meetings. Toxic wastewater from the Ohio train derailment will be coming to Baltimore. After all, local leaders say it won't be released into Maryland waters. Instead, the 675,000 gallons will be shipped back to Ohio. The Maryland Supreme Court has reversed a lower court decision that had struck down the digital ad tax. That revenue will provide funding for the expensive Maryland Blueprint for Education, or Kirwan Commission.
Trial for a former city employee will begin today, and police say Garnell Carter hit and killed a man in December of 2020. Carter worked for Safe Streets program for years, and Olivia Dance is joining us live now with what some are saying the controversial details about this case. Olivia.
Well, Tom, attorneys have indicated the trial will last 2 days, but it's starting at 9:30 this morning right here at the courthouse on Calvert Street. Garnell Carter was arrested and charged with the crime in February last year, but just last summer he was listed as an outreach liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Last year, Fox 45 News found emails from Shantae Jackson, the director of MONSE, saying Carter was released following the, quote, assistance and support of Mayor Scott and MONSE, end quote. A spokesperson later added that it was emotional support for Carter and his family that was referenced in Jackson's email. At the time, Mayor Scott sent Fox 45 News a statement regarding the crash, saying, quote, Mayor Scott and Director Jackson believe in the due process of law. No monetary support was provided, end quote. Now, coming up in about 15 minutes, a political analyst weighs in on that email. Plus, I'll have more details on what led up to the crash. Back to you.
Well, thank you, Shannon. And two teens lead officers on just a wild chase spanning from Baltimore County into the city. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio with more on the information that's coming out and why the police, first of all, 2 police vehicles were hit there, too, and the teens were too young to drive. Right, Shannon?
In fact, just here behind me, this is part of the scene that we're seeing all captured on cell phone video. The suspects are just 14 and 15 years old. Police say they stole a car in Baltimore County, then led them on a chase spanning 2.5 miles into the city. It ends with 2 cop cars hit, an officer dragged, and those teens behind bars, but not before a K-9 unit had to help police bring them into custody. So in just 15 minutes, I'll fill in those details and have the condition of that officer who was dragged. Now back to you.
Trending this morning, getting an inside look at a Baltimore staple. The Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower has been a part of Baltimore's skyline for over 100 years.
And meteorologist Justin Chambers has been quick to point out it doesn't really always show the correct time. And you've been saying, all right, that's it. I'm getting up in that tower. I'm fixing the clock. So we're right outside of the tower now, joined by our one and only Justin Chambers. Have you been inside it yet?
Well, here's the great thing, Tom and Patrice. I've been so excited about this, and I get here, and the doors are locked, and no one is here to let me in. So instead, we're going to stand on the sidewalk and look up and glance at what was the Emerson Bromo Seltzer Tower, built in 1911. Used to be the tallest building in Baltimore City, right here, yeah. And of course, the Bromo Seltzer plant was right here at the bottom. It was housed all around the area. Now, of course, it's the Baltimore City Fire Department. They've got a whole bunch of fire engines in there, but it's actually pretty cool inside. The Arts District is all part of this area, the Bromo Arts District, as well as all sorts of fun things you can do, which apparently you can go inside and look at the clock. I looked at all 4 faces, all of those clocks on the top up there. Sean, go back up real quick. And none of the clocks are correct. So if I am allowed access in, I mean, maybe they found out that I was coming and they locked the doors or like padlock it, don't let Chambers in, probably something like that. But if they let me in, I'm going to see if I can get those clocks adjusted. I don't know. We'll see if that happens. But interesting thing, guys, think about this. Bromo Seltzer. I want you to think hard, because coming up in the next hour, I'm going to tell you how Bromo Seltzer has a tie into Guys and Dolls, The Simpsons, and Golden Girls. Think about that.
Okay.
Simpsons and Golden Girls. All right, that sounds great. That's a good riddle. Thank you.
But do we think he's being pranked? They've heard him talk so much about how they're wrong that they're like, we're just leaving him standing
yeah, sure,
out there.
you can come Wednesday. Yeah. Nobody show up Wednesday.
I was going to say, they let me in, no problem when I was there. They weren't worried about me, but yeah, they're worried about Justin out there this morning. I think he'll get up, and there's a shot at it. Can you see Justin standing down below at the very, very bottom if you look closely? Maybe you can see him out there.
Yeah, pacing around the building, doing his laps around the Broman-Seltzer Tower this morning, getting ready to climb all the way to the top and hopefully fix the clocks up there. We are off to a cool start. You notice Justin had his light jacket on. Light jackets this morning. We're in the mid-40s to begin. Low 70s, that's where we're headed today. Rising temperatures as we get into the next couple of days. Sunny skies will actually take us through midweek, but then some showers return for the start of the weekend. High pressure in control right now. That's keeping us clear. That's keeping us dry. We're in good shape for the next couple of days. We're going to sail right through the end of the week. Little cool this morning. Colder temperatures just north of here up in Pennsylvania. I see some 30s on the map. Not the case here, but we are off to a cool start, mid-40s to begin. Temperatures will be warming nicely today under high pressure. Lots of sunshine ahead of us today, tomorrow. Friday, we'll see a few clouds roll in, and then here comes that batch of showers. Looks like it now arrives overnight Friday to Saturday morning. By daybreak on Saturday, this is what we're waking up to. Little bit of light rain across our region. That will continue through Saturday afternoon with a potential for an isolated thunderstorm. Things should wrap up by late afternoon, so Saturday evening looks drier, and then drier actually for the rest of Mother's Day weekend, too. Today is a great day to knock out some gardening or some yard work leading up to the weekend, so you don't have to do it then. Lots of sunshine, low 70s this afternoon. If you're headed out to Camden Yards tonight for a little bit of baseball, looks great. First pitch, we're at 70 degrees, comfy temperatures through the end of the game, with temperatures cooling off back into the mid-60s. Quick look at that Mother's Day weekend forecast. Looks like we're dry and still warm on Friday, highs in the low 80s. Rain and storms make a brief appearance Saturday. We're in the mid-70s, so not quite as warm, but still very humid with that moisture pushing through. For Mother's Day, a drier day, mostly cloudy. We'll spend the day in the mid-70s. Leading up to that, we've got low 80s for the next couple of days. Yes, we're tracking some rain over the weekend, and then another round of scattered showers shows up come Monday. Tom, Patrice?
Well, still ahead this morning, free trials may seem like a steal, but could actually lead to headaches. Coming up in our next hour, we're going to look at the free trials that you should and should not take advantage of.
Plus, celebrating small businesses in Baltimore City and all across our state. A look at all Maryland has to offer.
Any of those small businesses sell coffee?
Oh, a lot of them do. In fact, there are so many different coffee places. You can swing by one. There's even one place that's a convenience store that sells amazing chicken.
I'm thinking it's Rofo. Time for a coffee break.
6:54 and making your headlines this Wednesday morning. We're taking you live to the White House, where President Biden says the debt meeting with congressional leaders was productive.
They will regroup on Friday, saying lawmakers and their staff will continue discussions for the next few days. Republicans were hoping to negotiate sweeping cuts to federal spending in exchange for raising the debt limit. But Democrats accused the House leader of holding the ceiling hostage, insisting on a separate budget package. Speaker McCarthy says he's done his part to raise the limit by passing a bill through the House. Biden scoffed at that plan.
I think he knows better. I think he knows that default would be disastrous. And I think he knows what he's passed could not possibly pass anywhere in the Congress. It's dead on arrival. And
well, the two sides have very different ideas about where to make cuts. McCarthy has pointed to pulling back unspent COVID relief funds, which Biden says is on the table but would require a hard look.
Also, last night, Biden downplayed the likelihood that they will invoke the 14th Amendment to get around Congress to solve the impasse. He said it would have to be hammered out in court, and there is no time for that.
Now, in your assignment, America, in a room full of teens at a Virginia high school, Governor Glenn Youngkin dedicated a new trove of state resources to fighting the opioid epidemic through an executive order on National Fentanyl Awareness Day. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins reports.
That is very risky.
Visiting a high school on National Fentanyl Awareness Day.
Come on, staff. Here we go.
A deliberate choice by Youngkin as the amount of kids dying from the drug increases every year.
No more fentanyl.
The Journal of the American Medical Association publishing new research showing fentanyl overdose deaths among children increased 3,740% from 2013 to 2021. As of Tuesday, fentanyl now classified as a weapon of terrorism in Virginia.
It is a very important tool, and I'm thrilled that we were able to get that done, but we're not stopping there.
Youngkin pushing to make fentanyl overdose deaths felony homicides. State Democrats pushing back.
Do you think Democrats are too lax when it comes to addressing the fentanyl crisis?
I think Democrats placed drug dealers over Virginians, and it's just absolutely unfathomable to me that they would not vote to support raising the penalty for distributing fentanyl that kills someone, raising the penalty to a homicide.
While most agree fentanyl is a massive problem, red and blue states differ on solutions. New York City already operating safe consumption sites, places people can do drugs under medical supervision.
People are using drugs in an environment where if they do overdose, you can reverse the overdose without them dying.
Similar projects in the works in Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Colorado, and California. Advocates say it cuts down on public drug use while lowering the risk of HIV and overdosing. Youngkin says you won't see one in Virginia under his watch.
Let me tell you, in Virginia, we are not following California's lead on anything. We find that common sense needs to be in the building, not radical policies.
These centers are still illegal under federal law. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
The federal government is funding a study to determine whether overdose prevention centers actually work. Those are facilities where people can use illegal drugs under the supervision of staffers who are trained to prevent overdoses. The goal is to help communities decide whether to set up more of these overdose prevention centers to try and save lives. Some object to the centers, saying they enable drug use and crime.
Baltimore releasing new data on the fight against the opioid epidemic. The city launching a dashboard tracking overdoses from 1999 through September of 2021. Now, through the first 9 months of 2021, 812 people died from overdoses. In 2020, Baltimore accounted for 35% of the state's opioid deaths, despite only making up 10% of the population. The health department says data is still being collected before finalized numbers for 2022 can be published.
The trial for a former Baltimore City employee begins today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're looking into the controversial details of his case.
Two teens lead police on a wild chase from Baltimore County to the city. Just ahead, how it all ended.
And we're off to a cool start this morning, but I am tracking a big warm-up that gets underway today. I'll let you know how warm it's going to get and when showers return to our area in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 7 o'clock, and we're taking a live look from the Bromo Seltzer Tower where a meteorologist, Justin Chambers, is trying to get in. He's been walking around knocking, and he's trying to get to the clock room. He's scheduled to be there in about 45 minutes, but if you're going by one of those clocks, that may be a reason why they're not there yet. He's going to be learning more about how to change the time, plus art exhibits that are happening all throughout that building.
They're going to shut us all out. I mean, Justin talks about the clocks being wrong. You're jumping on the bandwagon. This is why Fox 45 is going to be banned from the Bromo.
That's why he's not in yet, right?
Right,
It's
exactly.
his first and final visit to the
But
tower.
they had reasons for why. They said the wind shifts the,
and it's really high up, you know.
And the clocks aren't new either. I mean, aren't they like 80 years old or something like that, or even more than that?
And when you see the operation in there, there's like a lot happening. So hopefully he gets in somehow to show.
We're crossing our fingers.
He's got 45 minutes. He can figure it out. He's a pretty smart guy. We've got cool temperatures this morning. He had his light jacket on. I suggest you do the same. Light jackets are warranted this morning. We're starting off in the 40s, mid and upper 40s right now in a lot of spots. Perfect for some outdoor exercise. Actually nice and refreshing. You start jogging, you start running, and you're going to warm up quickly with the help of that sunshine. And temperatures warming through the 50s, ending up near 60 by the end of the morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know how long this sunny stretch is going to last and when we are tracking that next weather maker. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and see if there's any issues going on. And no major issues to report around the Baltimore region. There are a little bit of slowdowns, and one of them in particular is right in Clayton, right before Mountain Road, 95 southbound. There's a vehicle involved there, and it's causing some delays if you're heading southbound on 95. You see that on the right-hand side towards the Joppa area and right in Clayton, and that's the main issue. Everybody else, you're moving along really without any incident at all, so that's some good news.
7:01 now. We're following three big stories for you at 7 o'clock.
The trial for a former Monsey worker who's accused of hitting and killing a man in 2020 begins today. We look into the controversy surrounding the case and what's expected to unfold.
Plus, two teens are at the center of a high-speed car chase from the county into the city, how authorities were able to catch the suspects, and how this could be hinting at a chaotic summer.
In Title 42 expiring in less than 24 hours, the preparations that are underway this morning as at least 80,000 migrants are making their way from South America to the U.S.-Mexico border. We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and the details surrounding the trial set to start today. Olivia.
Well, Tom, attorneys have indicated the trial will last 2 days, but it's starting at 9:30 this morning right here at the courthouse on North Calvert Street. Now, Gardnell Carner was arrested and charged with the crime in February last year, but just last summer he was listed as an outreach liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Last year, Fox 45 News found emails from Shante Jackson, the director of MONSE, saying Carter was released following the, quote, assistance and support of Mayor Scott and MONSE, end quote. A spokesperson later added that it was emotional support for Carter and his family that was referenced in Jackson's email. At the time, Mayor Scott sent Fox 45 News this statement regarding the crash, saying, quote, Mayor Scott and Director Jackson believe in the due process of law. No monetary support was provided, end quote. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute weighed in back when he heard about that email.
Something is very rotten in MONSE. We're looking at the leader of an organization engaged in political and personal favors intervening on behalf of somebody who committed a horrendous crime. That's the opposite of safety.
To give you some background, in February 2022, Carter was arrested and charged with vehicular manslaughter. The incident report from a witness says on North Avenue, Carter accelerated quickly, driving into the bus and bike lane. It was at that time that he struck Charles Buster Banks, who was on his bike. Banks later died at the hospital, and the police report claims Carter was driving 45 miles per hour in an area where the speed limit is 25. Again, the trial starts at 9:30 this morning, and you can get the latest details, plus find our past reporting on this on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Us as parents, us as community people have to step up and help guide our kids. You know, not just our kids, but other kids as well. But also, we have to let the youth know that you will be held accountable if you continue down this road.
In a city in crisis, a high-speed car chase from Baltimore County to the city, leaving residents in shock.
The suspects involved are 14 and 15-year-olds.
Now, this is just the latest incident involving juveniles, prompting a growing concern about chaos as we head into the summer months.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live here in studio this morning with details surrounding the chase and how law enforcement caught up with those teens. Shannon.
Well, police were able to capture them, Tom, using a canine unit, which we'll get more to in just a moment. But before that, police say these 14 and 15-year-old suspects not only stole a car, but they also dragged an officer with that vehicle. In fact, if you take a look, part of this scene was all captured on cell phone video, this scene on the Citizen app. Police released the canine units, and one suspect was bitten by the dog and caught that way. The other suspect was also captured. All of this, though, certainly disturbing the peace in one neighborhood.
Car was coming this way. They blocked the car off, coming up Pentwood. Suspects jumped out the car, scattered.
It scared me. I was in the window and I looked, I said, what is going on?
Those two neighbors witnessing the end of this police pursuit along Pentwood Road at Northwood Drive in Northeast Baltimore. The suspects were chased about 2.5 miles from Baltimore County all the way into the city. Baltimore County police say it started when officers responded to a call on Lock Hill Road, that's near Register Avenue, just before 12:30 Tuesday morning. And that call was for destruction of property. When officers got here, they noticed several vehicles had been broken into, and then police spotted an empty vehicle with its engine running. That's when police say two teens jumped into the car and drove off, at one point dragging that officer who tried to stop them. Investigators say the suspect also hit two police cars in that whole process. Officers eventually arresting these two male teens after they bailed out of the car. And thankfully, that officer who was dragged did not require any medical attention at the scene. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. The chase ended right near Huber Memorial Church. Longtime resident community member P.M. Smith is the pastor there. Fox 45 News spoke with him about juvenile crime, and he says young people need consequences.
If that means incarceration, that means incarceration. Now, you're going to run into folk who are going to be talking about mass incarceration. Well, we got mass criminalization now. Am I right? What's the remedy for mass criminalization? Where I live, I want you to lock them up.
This is just the latest example of a young person accused of committing a violent crime this year. Last week, an 18 and 14-year-old were arrested for the murder of T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez.
Now, last month, large, chaotic crowds of young people gathering at the Inner Harbor in the hundreds. Two teenagers were shot during a fight in one of those crowds just feet away from police.
And in March, police say an armed 15-year-old student carjacked an Uber driver and then ran into Carver High School to try to get away. Officers say they found him in a classroom with a loaded gun. If you would like to see more of Fox 45 News' extensive reporting on juvenile crime, head to foxbaltimore.com. There you can find recent cases not only from here in Baltimore, but from around the state.
We're taking you a live look from the White House this morning here as the last-minute preparations are underway for Title 42 expiring in less than 42 hours. In fact, right now, we are following reports from Congressman Tony Gonzalez that at least 80,000 migrants are making their way from South America to the U.S.-Mexico border. That's on top of federal estimates that 150,000 are waiting to cross from Mexico right now. El Paso is dealing with hundreds of migrants turning themselves into U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The city debating whether or not to open its city-run shelters for those migrants. Hundreds more are prepared to flood over the border after Title 42 expires tomorrow. And we are getting our first look at the Texas Tactical Border Force landing in El Paso. Governor Greg Abbott says the soldiers will be helping to intercept the illegal migrants attempting to enter the state, unlike the 1,500 deployed by the Biden administration to help with clerical work. A live look again at the White House this morning. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre announcing that Tuesday that the DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will hold a brief press conference today on the administration's multi-agency border plan. Tomorrow, GOP lawmakers are set to vote on their Secure Border Act. It has little hope of passing the Democratic-led Senate, but if it does land on the president's desk, he has already vowed to veto it. That's the latest on our Live Center.
Let's get another check of our forecast on this Wednesday morning. We've got meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at what is going to be a nice day
Yeah, really nice day. Justin's lucky. He's getting some sunshine today as he laps around the Berman Seltzer Tower trying to get in. 50s to start, upper 40s, low 50s to start. So a little cool out there this morning. Jackets, certainly a great idea. The good news is if you're headed out to lunch, you probably won't need it. We've got tons of sunshine today. Perfect day for enjoying lunch outside. Upper 60s at that point. And that's not where we're going to stop. I think we break into the low 70s before the day is over. And tomorrow, even warmer. I am tracking a warming trend that takes us through the rest of the week before our next weather maker gets here this weekend. I've got an updated look at exactly when that arrives in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Earlier accident that we were telling you about, southbound right near Joppa and it was actually right past Mountain Road, 152. Yeah, it's been moved over to the shoulder, but still, you can't see it in this camera. You'd have to move this camera left, but that's causing some delays. 95 southbound, and so just add some extra time if you need to go through anywhere through Joppa area. Happening today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be announcing the removal of the owner-occupied homes from the city's tax sale list.
That is happening at 10:15 this morning at the Baltimore City Hall Executive Conference Room. He will be joined by Council President Nick Mosby, Comptroller Bill Henry, and Councilwoman Odette Ramos.
Also new this morning, Governor Wes Moore will be part of the National Advisory Board for the Biden-Harris 2024 re-election campaign. The board includes 50 Democratic leaders who will take leadership roles in helping deliver President Biden and Vice President Harris's message and engage voters all across the country. Moore is the only mail-ender on the board.
Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. A civil rights attorney is joining the fight on the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese. Why we could now see even more lawsuits in the works.
Crime continues to be out of control. Baltimore City leaders meeting to discuss a reduction plan. Still ahead this morning, what we can expect from that meeting. 7:11's the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Oh, almost. We almost were able to catch our meteorologist, Justin Chambers, at the Bromo Seltzer Tower. So he made it in or he scaled up the outside. We'll find out in just a little bit. But getting a free trial to check out a product is a win-win for consumers and makers. Consumers can use it before committing. However, there are some free trials that are anything but. Joining us for this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau. I automatically, when I was reading about this, I thought of Costco. You walk around the store and you're like, before I buy the 622, little tiny quiche bowls, maybe I ought to try a sample first, before I take that.
Yeah.
And this is the same thing. It's good because you want to try some things before you make this big commitment. We do it all the time, with, say, free trials. Try this out. There's a lot of social media that does that. LinkedIn will give you free premier trials for the month. And but it's some of them that will use that to their advantage to take our information, and then the trial continues forever.
Forever, and getting out of it is nearly impossible. That's where the fraud comes in, and that's the biggest challenge. But you really hit the most important thing. With all of us doing online shopping, we're not in the stores seeing, feeling, touching, smelling. We just order stuff, and the free trials entices you. Here's a couple of things to watch for. The deceptive advertising can be very genuine. They're saying vitamins, supplements, skincare, it can do things it can't. So you need to know that the product, what it's made of, is included. Next is all the advertisements. Here's my guilty pleasure video, little games on my iPad.
Yes.
And every time there's a break in it, it tells me Oprah is endorsing something.
Right.
So celebrity endorsements is a problem. So it's the enticement of advertising. You order it. You've got to put in a credit card. Well, if it's free, why am I doing that? Shipping and handling usually. Sometimes shipping and handling is more than the product. Yeah. Whoa, that's a crazy one. And then what happens is they have your card, and if you try to get out of it, you can't get anybody on customer support. You can't communicate with them, and you've got to read the terms and conditions.
I saw that on the website. The Better Business Bureau saying watch the check mark. So they automatically will check certain boxes for you, and you see that from time to time. Hey, would you like some email updates? And you kind of click on it like no or yes, depending if you like the product in the future. But they will do that in the fine print, and you don't realize it. That was very interesting. Make sure you read it all the way through.
Exactly, because we're very accustomed to those boxes. So check those boxes, terms and conditions, how they use your information, and how you cancel. Put a note in your calendar that this, I need to stop my subscription for that, and you really need to monitor it. Always put the name of the product or the business in your browser with the word complaints, scams, and see what you get. Check reviews and complaints.
Before you sign up for that trial.
BBB is a good place.
Great place to go for that. And also, just Googling it, but then checking it out. One other thing is you always say this, and we need to hear it again, use credit cards.
I always say that. I guess I'm going to get a T-shirt that says that someday. Yeah,
because debit cards are much more difficult. It comes right out of your account. It's much more difficult to fight with your bank. The bank's like, they treat it like cash.
Exactly.
Where your credit card, you can go back and fight it, and that's what they have.
You have some protection with your credit card, absolutely. And the debit card falling in the wrong hands, can wipe out everything.
Again, Angie, a lot of them that are out there, very legitimate. There's just those that get you because we're like, oh, this is good. I can try this for a little bit. And then,
exactly.
And then you're paying forever.
Be careful.
Yeah, be careful when you're playing those games too, right? All those pop-ups. Thank you, Angie. Well, now we want to find out exactly what the weather's like. Amy, I'm not sure if you saw it. It looked like the camera was shaking around a little bit when we were trying to zoom in on Justin on the Bromo Seltzer Tower. But, maybe just because it's so far out. There he is. There he is.
I think it's because it's so far out. But he looks pretty happy out there. He got in. He did it.
I think he scaled the outside.
Yay. We can't wait to see the inside. Looks like he's enjoying a beautiful morning out there. Really, the only issue we face today continues to be the pollen, grass pollen. That's what's to blame if you're sneezing and wheezing. Tree pollen also up there in the medium category. Weeds and mold, not really an issue right now. If you've got to get out and mow your lawn, today looks fantastic for it. I'd give it the green light. Same for Thursday and Friday. We are tracking some showers, though, by the start of the weekend. So if you're holding off until the weekend, you're going to have to hold off until Sunday. Here's a look at that sunshine shining down on York Road in Towson right now. We're off to a cool start this morning. Jacket-worthy temperatures to begin with a mix of the 50s and the upper 40s. Otherwise, we're dry. Now, that's not the case everywhere. If we check out what's happening in Houston this morning, unfortunately, storms are ongoing there, and that flash flood threat continues. You'll notice all that green overhead. Not only do they have that watch there, the flood watch in place, they've also got some storms headed their direction as we speak. We have high pressure heading our direction as we speak. That's sending us blue skies and sunshine today and actually for the next couple of days. So we are looking at a really pretty day ahead of us. If you plan to spend any time outside, you're up against sun-filled skies and the low 70s. I've actually got a little pic here from Shawnee of their pups enjoying the sunshine. And if your pups are enjoying the sun today, we want to see your pics. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. And it's only going to get warmer as the days continue. We're breaking into the low 80s both Thursday and Friday. Not quite as warm over the weekend, and that's just because that next weather maker is moving in. We will settle back into the mid 70s both weekend days. Now let's talk about that rain chance. We are tracking some showers rushing in from west to east here as we head into Saturday morning. This is going to help us out with our pollen levels, bringing them down just a little bit. Showers won't last all day. They should wrap up during the late afternoon on Saturday, making for a drier evening, and that's going to set us up for a drier day on Mother's Day. So here's how that plays out for your weekend. Showers, an isolated storm on Saturday with highs in the mid 70s. For Mother's Day, mostly cloudy, staying mild though, with temperatures staying nice and warm and in the mid 70s. Leading up to that, we get a taste of the 80s over the next couple of days. Yes, we'll see some rain, some isolated storms early Saturday. Looks drier by Sunday. We are tracking another round of scattered showers on Monday, and then we're back in the upper 70s by next Tuesday. Tom, Patrice?
All righty, let's look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. The earlier accident on 95 southbound in Joppa, as we've been telling you, has been moved over to the shoulder, but I don't know that that's helping you a lot because you're still seeing an extreme slowdown through that area. So either avoid it or give yourself plenty of extra time. As workplaces continue to change, it is important to adapt. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, how you can build upon and advance your current skills.
And we're at Pat's Porch in Catonsville. Unique Maryland items like, have you ever had a baby chocolate crab? What? Yes, these unique things are here at Pat's Porch. We'll talk all about it this morning right here at Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:24 now. It is so Baltimore this week. Take a trip around Maryland and explore our great state.
Oh, there's so much to explore. Enjoy Maryland Tourism Week. Learn more about small businesses throughout our area. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is already starting to talk about little chocolate treats. Come on, Mark.
It was delicious, by the way. Ruth Toomey is here with the Maryland Tourism Coalition.
Correct.
And we're on Pat's porch. Tell us about what's going on in Maryland in this beautiful space.
So we are celebrating the National Travel and Tourism Week with the U.S. Travel Association. It is celebrating 40 years. Initiatives started to go out and show the importance of tourism, and with this week we are out showing what all fun stuff there is to do here in Maryland, and we are here at Pat's Porch showing all the fun things you can buy here that have the Maryland flag on it.
That's right, and so many unique Maryland things. Now, guys, you saw me, I teased with the chocolate, the baby chocolate crab, guys, sprinkled, dusted with some Old Bay. And let me tell you, it was delicious. It's in my tummy. But again, coming up, we're going to share some of the beautiful treats in the back room back here. Such a quaint, unique space here.
Mark, that says Pat's porch, so that means Pat, should be getting some of those chocolate crabs. What happened here?
Patrice, you know I got you. I got you. I'll bring back some little baby crabs for you.
My middle name is Patrick, so I kind of tie in there, right?
I mean, seems like we ought to be getting some of those. All right, Mark, we're going to check back in with him. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
We are expecting some warmer temperatures, in fact, into the mid-70s today.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson lets us know how long the dry conditions will last.
That's Justin Chambers right there. There he is. There he is. Oh, there's Jimmy and Justin Chambers. All right, look, there's the crew.
City leaders are meeting today to discuss the crime crisis. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It is a good day for this We're Orange Wednesday. The Orioles are waking up victorious this morning after defeating the Tampa Bay Rays in Game 2. This is huge for the O's. Heading into this series, the Rays were first in the AL East. After winning 4-2 last night, the O's need to come in hot again tonight to secure the series win over Tampa Bay. First pitch at Camden Yards will be 6:35 p.m.
We want to take you, that's right, a live look to the Bromo Seltzer Tower. And this is a unique angle here where meteorologist Justin Chambers is at the top of the tower. And this is our drone shot that you're seeing here as it's slowly moving up and heading to the very excited meteorologist. Let's see if we can spot him here in just a little bit. He's kind of got his Forrest Gump waves going on this morning.
I can't wait to talk to Justin soon. Well, welcome back to all of you on this Wednesday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and yeah, we need to find out exactly the weather and how it's going to be for our meteorologist that's out there. We have another meteorologist in here.
Right, and she says Justin's in for a good day. Yeah, he's got a beautiful day to get out of the studio, enjoy some fresh air from high above up on the Broman Seltzer Tower. We'll check in with him in just a little bit, but right now, this is what he's at temperature-wise out there. Upper 40s to begin. He has his light jacket on this morning. I recommend you all do the same. Temperatures are down from 24 hours ago. We're about 16 degrees cooler in Baltimore this morning. So yeah, it feels a little different out there. But as we head through the rest of the day, we've got nothing but blue skies and sunshine, and that's going to help our temperatures warm up quite a bit. Upper 60s by lunchtime, low 70s by day's end. And tomorrow, even warmer. The 80s are back. I'll let you know exactly how long this warm stretch lasts and when we are tracking some showers in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller Traffic Network here. And we do have, looking at the cameras around the Baltimore Loop here, no problems at all. Still, that one is where there's two vehicles that actually got in a collision. Now they're down to one. They had towed the one away. 95 southbound, right near Mountain Road. It's causing a little bit of a tapping of brakes. Not too bad, but it will slow you down a couple minutes if your commute is southbound 95, right near Java. Happening today in a city in crisis as crime continues to be out of control. City leaders are meeting to discuss a crime reduction plan.
Olivia Dance joins us live with what we can expect from that meeting today. Olivia.
Tom, Patrice, that's right. City Council is meeting at 1 this afternoon to go over their crime reduction strategy. Now, oftentimes these meetings get canceled, but today's meeting hasn't been canceled yet. However, it comes as crime is out of control and as Fox 45 News is investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system.
There are insufficient resources today to be able to guarantee that people will be brought to justice, even when it's a repeat violent offender, and even when the person remained in Baltimore.
That was Jason Johnson, former BPD Deputy Commissioner. We spoke with him about the arrest of Terrell Parker on drug distribution charges on May 6th. Court records show the 26-year-old already had 3 open warrants for this arrest, including for attempted murder. One of those warrants was nearly 6 months old. Fox 45 News is questioning why it took Baltimore police so long to arrest Parker. Jason Johnson says it all comes down to the department's understaffing, and because of that, they can't track down every person with a warrant, which of course is concerning considering the current crime crisis in Baltimore. Now, if today's meeting happens as scheduled, it'll be interesting to see if city leaders address Parker's arrest or at least the staffing shortages in the police department. And you can also find more details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, despite the crime crisis needing to be addressed, Governor Wes Moore just signed hundreds of bills this week, not one single one geared towards stopping the state's youth crime crisis.
Over the course of the 2023 legislative session, more than 800 bills were passed covering everything from abortion to cannabis to minimum wage. Now, one of those laws took action against tackling juvenile crime.
They missed the ball this year because you had a new governor and they were focusing on his legislative priorities. I think next year they're going to have to step up to the plate, start to use the next several months to build a program to deal with this problem, because it's not something that's going away and it will become a political issue.
Well, political analyst John Deedy went on to say, with the lawmakers' failure to address youth violence, it can not only cost more lives, but also, come the next election cycle, threaten their seats in Annapolis.
Fox 45 News asked you, did lawmakers do everything they could to get juvenile crime under control? 95% of those who voted said no. Earlier this week, Fox 45 News pressed Governor Moore about what he is doing about the problems within the Department of Juvenile Services. You can find his response on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, this morning, Fox 45 News continuing coverage of the fallout from an attorney general's report detailing the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Now, nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining that fight. Shannon Lilly joins us live in studio with a look at the latest developments in the case. Shannon?
Yeah, so what's happening now, Patrice and Tom, is civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining a Baltimore firm vowing to pursue justice. This after the Catholic Church here in Baltimore has already shelled out more than $13 million to abuse victims, but it's bracing for what's expected to be millions more in damages. In fact, some of the church's youngest members who suffered abuse years ago returned yesterday demanding accountability. Attorney Ben Crump announced a series of civil suits that he plans to file this fall, representing all ages and all races of victims.
For everybody who was abused, we're going to make sure they have a voice not only in the court of public opinion, but we're going to give them a voice in the court of law. We want you all to know we believe you now and we stand with you, and you all are victims no more.
This is all coming after the legislature approved the Child Victims Act last month, and that removed the statute of limitations for sex abuse victims, which means the floodgates are now wide open, allowing any victim to sue the Catholic Church. And law firms are lining up, vowing to represent what's expected to be hundreds of abuse victims. Now, the new law does cap damages from civil suits at $1.5 million. It takes effect in October. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Ben Crump has also joined a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools. The suit accuses the school system of wasting tax dollars and failing to provide adequate education to generations of students. He says the solutions that we find here will make waves around the nation. We also want to disclose Ben Crump is an advertiser on our station.
The mayor's youth curfew will start in just about 3 weeks. Still ahead this morning, we take a look at whether that curfew will work and how exactly it will be enforced.
We'll be under sunny skies, drier conditions, too. How high those temperatures will get for the rest of your work week. 7:36. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:39 on this Wednesday morning. We are tracking a warming trend over the next couple of days. That brings our highs into the very seasonable low 70s today. Tomorrow, even warmer. We'll climb through the 70s and actually near the low 80s. And this warming trend will take us through the rest of the week, but after that, rain chances are also increasing. I've got an updated look at the timeline of the showers this weekend in 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Amy, thank you. Taking a look from our live center this morning, we're looking live over Washington, D.C. as we are waiting the next big headline on the economy to drop this morning. The latest consumer prices report is expected to be released at about 8:30. That is the bigger of the two inflation reports that we track each month. Now, we're not expecting to see much of a change. Most analysts predict that inflation will be up another 5%, which would match inflation in March. And it's still well above the 2% that the Fed is targeting. More layoffs this morning. CBS parent company Paramount says it is cutting 25% of its employees across Showtime and MTV. In particular, MTV News is ending this week after 36 years on the air. LinkedIn also announcing that it is letting go more than 700 workers, or about 3.5% of its global workforce. Microsoft owns LinkedIn and says it is shutting down a job search app that is used in China. Now, markets are in wait-and-see mode ahead of the opening bell. This morning's inflation report will be the next market mover. That is the latest from the Live Center.
If you're wondering how to advance your career, it's time to learn about upskilling. Just ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, the steps that you need to take to expand your skill sets.
They finally let me in, and they let me up to the top of the historic Bromo Seltzer Tower. We're going to talk about Bromo Seltzer and how it ties in with The Simpsons, the Golden Girls, and even Guys and Dolls. Yeah, as we take a live look right now down toward Camden Yards from the top of the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Good morning, Baltimore!
$7:44 and trending now. The Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower has been part of Baltimore's skyline since 1911 and a beacon for innovation for the arts since 2007.
And since about that time, meteorologist Justin Chambers has been talking about trying to get up to the tower to correct the clock and just give us an introduction to all the things in the clock room. Have you been able to see, like, do they have a big giant key that you have to turn? You know, like wind up the clock, or what is it?
Well, the whole thing, guys, first of all, it's a 15-story tower, and everybody knows the Bromo Seltzer Tower. There's no way in heck I was going to make it up all the stairs, so we thankfully have an elevator that got me into the clock room. They conveniently kind of whisked me past the clock room because they don't want me in there yet, so we'll see about that. But I did make my way to the roof, as you guys have been seeing, and it is beautiful up here. Talking about Bromo Seltzer. Now, of course, Bromo Seltzer was made right here, basically in this building, back in the old days, and Bromo Fizz was actually in the song Adelaide's Lament from Guys and Dolls. Also, Sophia on the Golden Girls mentions Bromo Seltzer, and in The Simpsons, there's a episode called Bart Carney from 1998, and it talks about an amusement park ride, and it says, "No Bromo will save you." They used to take Bromo Seltzer for hangovers, and it's a little different now. It's more of an arty thing. We have Eliza Kurtz here from the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Eliza, talk about your position and how you work for Baltimore. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, so I'm the facility manager here at the Bromo Seltzer, so I kind of take care of all aspects of building maintenance and leasing and, you know, clock upkeep, etc. Yeah, and we manage a couple different historic facilities around the city.
So I didn't hear anything she said except clock upkeep, which we're going to talk about in a little bit in the clock room. But this is really, the Bromo Arts District is so great for artists to be able to come into this historic building. Now, they have different studios up and down the floors, right?
Yeah, the whole building is artist studios. So we have all sorts of different artists in there, photographers, painters, fashion designers, anything you can imagine.
That's really cool. And the public can actually come to the Bromo Seltzer Tower on Saturdays, not up here per se where we are, but they can also come up and see the clock room, right?
Yes, we're open every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. for galleries, open studios, and clock tower visits.
Okay, so you let me come up here to this part, but Sean, if you look up these spiral staircases, that's the tippy tip top, which you were like, you can go up there if you want, and you had a kind of a high pitch, like, but then you said something, it might be a trap door. There's some myth about that, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend going up there. I think this spiral staircase is a little daunting myself, so you know.
We're safe here, and coming up in the next hour, guys, we are going to get into the clock room. We'll talk about the 4 clocks and how they're always wrong. I'm just kidding. We'll figure it out, guys. Back to you.
I mean,
just an issue with Justin.
Just a little thing that's under his skin, but it sounds like Eliza's the one in charge of that, so it's, you know, they might have some.
Yeah, he may need to come in,
up there.
check on the clock, and make it controversial here in the clock room in just a little bit. Yeah.
All right.
Plus, we're seeing you, Justin, through our. Actually, if you look out, I believe you can see. Yeah, we've got another camera flying around the clock tower there. It's incredible.
Hi, drone. I almost shot that thing out of the sky.
Oh, geez.
I was like, what is that?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
There's the drone.
All right, this is pretty cool. I'm glad Justin got his wish. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's doing all the work today.
Right.
Justin is like, this is a play date.
He's enjoying the sunshine out there. I know, little cool this morning, but actually not bad for me either. I've got an easy job over the next couple of days. Weather's really quiet. We are starting off with clear skies and sunshine. Little cool to begin, upper 40s to start, but low 70s is where we're headed today. So I am tracking rising temperatures and a lot of sunshine to go along with it for our midweek. I am tracking some showers again by Saturday. So by the start of the weekend, new weather maker moving in. Right now, high pressure and control sinking in slowly from the north. That's going to drive our weather pattern over the next couple of days, sending us lots of sunshine. It is cool to begin, though. We've got 40s. We're not alone. Much of the northeast is dealing with these cooler temperatures this morning, but much of us also looking ahead to a warm-up this afternoon. High pressure slowly gets closer and closer to us. We will enjoy dry conditions not only today, tomorrow, too, and even on Friday, despite these increasing clouds. Here comes that next weather maker. See this batch of showers? That moves in overnight Friday and by Saturday morning. So by daybreak on Saturday, when you wake up, plan on some light rain, even an isolated thunderstorm during the afternoon as this weather maker crosses through. Doesn't last all day. Right now, it looks like it's mainly a morning event, drying by Saturday evening for your Saturday night plans. Right now, today we're dry. If you want to get your yard work done before we get to the weekend, knock out all your chores. You've got sunshine today. It's going to be a really nice day to be out in the yard. Low 70s this afternoon. And a nice night for some baseball at Camden Yards. Hopefully the O's can do it again against the Rays tonight. Hoping for another win. We are winning with the weather. 70 degrees at first pitch. Mostly clear skies through game's end, with temperatures cooling off back into the mid-60s. Quick look ahead at your Mother's Day weekend forecast. Looks like we'll start off on a warm note Friday with highs in the low 80s. Not quite as pretty on Saturday. We've got some rain and some storms. Indoor plans to start off the weekend with highs in the mid-70s. But come Mother's Day, a better day if you want to enjoy brunch or lunch outside. Turning mostly cloudy, but staying mostly dry too, with highs staying in the warm mid-70s. We get a taste of the 80s before the weekend. Low 80s both Thursday and Friday. Next weather maker moves in on Saturday. Doesn't last all weekend. Looks like we're briefly dry on Sunday, but then another round of scattered showers briefly shows up on Monday before we dry things out and warm things back up again as early as next Tuesday. Tom, Patrice.
Well, 7:50 now and new this morning. The Baltimore Ravens will be heading to London for their Week 6 game against the Tennessee Titans. That's on October 15th. The matchup is one of 5 international games to take place this season and is only the second time ever that the Ravens are playing internationally. Last time back in 2017, where they played the Jacksonville Jaguars at Wembley Stadium in the United Kingdom. Ravens president Sashi Brown says the team is excited for the opportunity for the team to connect with fans throughout Europe. I want to go.
Yeah, all right. From Big Ben to the Bromo Seltzer, we got a lot of clocks this morning. In your entertainment news, after a brief health scare, Lizzo did perform in Baltimore at CFG Bank Arena last night. She had to cancel some shows because of strep throat. But Lizzo posted on Instagram, Baltimore is looking good, and it seems like everyone came out and had a great time.
They did. In fact, Tom, people on social media, they're now reacting with their photos and videos of this event. You guys were loving this based off of these posts. In fact, DJ here saying, wasn't going to cancel on Baltimore. We love Lizzo. And you can see her right there. Look at that. She is dazzling. We have Emily over here saying Lizzo is a goddess, including when she is recovering from strep. She is taking some low note modifications here in Baltimore, but absolutely bringing all of her energy, and I adore her. And it actually looks like this earned her a standing ovation. We have Derek capturing that moment right here. He says, earned every bit of this mid-show ovation. Tonight was something special. And I mean, she was really bringing the energy, guys. Like, look at this. She's, you know, doing the hands. She is belting. She's got the dress on. I mean,
she's Lizzo.
She's doing the hair flip. Could you guys do this when you are recovering from strep throat?
So I'm so glad she was able to get past that because, I mean, that stays with you, and that can't feel great when you're belting out songs like you were saying. So good for her.
I like the post also from our now our state comptroller, Brooke Learman. Amazing night in Baltimore with Lizzo, with thousands of fellow fans. Brilliance, beauty, badness. So fantastic. And then she's got some hashtags in there too. But yeah, so they obviously had a great time, and she said she's got a great shot of her too. She's a little bit further away.
I think there's some locals that perform with Lizzo. So there's a local dancer, and then there's her lead guitarist, Jordan Waters, is from the Baltimore area. She's got family here. They always come, you know, I always get the calls, Jordan's coming back to town. And so they're all very excited. I'm sure they were at the concert having a good time too.
That's great.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Thank you, Shannon.
Well, Mother's Day is a time to celebrate the special women in your life. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, some simple meals that you can make for them for brunch.
Also, shout out to Boo Man with the Lizzo, you know, the big girl song. But anyway, we're at Pat's Porch. Everything Maryland here. Look around. Everything, including this amazing box. We'll tell you about the box. And also, everything Maryland. Go, 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 go.
Well, another drink, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb and say for Mother's Day, coffee in bed.
Coffee in bed. No, not one of those containers needed.
That's
right?
probably later in the day after you've had to deal with kids for a while, or and the husband.
Mother's Day just around the corner, and the report finds consumers are planning on spending big.
Yeah, according to the National Retail Federation, consumers are planning to dish out a total of $35.7 billion this Mother's Day. The report adds consumers will spend a record of about $274 per person this year. Some will buy greeting cards, jewelry, electronics, or they'll spend money on special outings. I've spent way more than that this year.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chai Medical Center.
Well, it's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, of course, and you could win some extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan the QR code you see for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. Get the question right. You could win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR code to get your Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Well, we're going to be in the mid-70s today with dry conditions. Beautiful day out. Meteorologist Amy Aronson is tracking how your weekend forecast is shaping up.
Two teens lead police on a chaotic chase from Baltimore County all the way to the city. Just ahead, how it all ended. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, we've been visiting the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower all morning long because that is where meteorologist Justin Chambers is. We're going to check in on him fulfilling this lifelong dream that he's had. That's coming up in just a little bit. So good times here on this Wednesday, May 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Let's find out. It's gorgeous weather for him today, too. Meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about not only today's going to be nice, but tomorrow even better.
Yeah, next couple of days look awesome for whatever you want to do outside. Yeah, maybe take a walk this morning. If you are downtown, look for Justin atop the tower. You can probably see him because he is waving out all the openings in the windows there now. It's a pretty morning to be outside. Little cool at this hour, mid-40s, low 50s to start. Certainly light jackets are needed first thing this morning. They won't be needed all day long. Great morning for exercise. We've got blue skies and sunshine. Temperatures off to a refreshing start, and we end the morning in the mid-60s and then the low 70s by this afternoon. And tomorrow, even warmer. Coming up in 10 minutes, we'll take a look at our temperature trend for the rest of the week, and we'll also look ahead to our next chance for some rain. Tom, Patrice.
Fox 45 News is following two big stories for you at 6 o'clock.
Now, the trial for a former Safe Streets worker who is accused of hitting and killing a man in 2020 begins today. We look into the controversy surrounding this case and what's expected to unfold.
Plus, two teens are at the center of a high-speed car chase from the county into the city, how authorities were able to catch the suspects, and how this could be hinting at a chaotic summer.
Well, we have live team coverage of our top stories for you this morning, starting with Olivia Dance and the details surrounding the trial that is set to start today. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, attorneys have indicated the trial will last 2 days, but it's starting at 9:30 this morning, right here at the courthouse on North Calvert Street. Now, Gardnell Carter was arrested and charged with the crime back in February last year, but just last summer, he was listed as an outreach liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Last year, Fox 45 News found emails from Shante Jackson, the director of MONSE, saying Carter was released following the, quote, assistance and support of Mayor Scott and MONSE, end quote. A spokesperson later added that it was emotional support for Carter and his family that was referenced in Jackson's email. At the time, Mayor Scott sent Fox 45 News this statement regarding the crash, saying, quote, Mayor Scott and Director Jackson believe in the due process of law. No monetary support was provided, end quote. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute weighed in back when he heard about that email.
Something is very rotten in Muncie. We're looking at the leader of an organization engaged in political and personal favors intervening on behalf of somebody who committed a horrendous crime. That's the opposite of safety.
To give you some background, in February 2022, Carter was arrested and charged with vehicular manslaughter. The incident report from a witness says on North Avenue, Carter accelerated quickly, driving into the bus and bike lane. It was at that time that he struck Charles Buster Banks, who was on his bike. Banks later died at the hospital, and the police report claims Carter was driving 45 miles per hour in an area where the speed limit is 25. Again, the trial starts at 9:30 this morning, and you can find the latest details, plus our past reporting on this on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
For a fact that not all youth want to go down that path, but the sad case is we're going to have youth that just continue to commit crimes, but, you know, eventually they're going to have to be held accountable for that.
In a city in crisis, a high-speed car chase from Baltimore County to Baltimore City is leaving residents in shock.
The suspects involved 14 and 15-year-olds.
Now, this is just the latest incident involving juveniles, prompting a growing concern about chaos as we head into the summer months.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning here in the studio with the details surrounding the chase and how police, Shannon, were able to catch those teens.
Yeah, and we're learning, Tom, that police were able to capture them using a K-9 unit, which we'll get to in a moment. But before that, police say these 14 and 15-year-old suspects not only stole that car, but they also dragged an officer with that vehicle. And if you take a look right here, part of this was all captured on cell phone video seen on the Citizen app. Police released K-9 units, and one suspect caught was bitten by the dog first. The other suspect was also captured. All of this, though, certainly disturbing the peace in one neighborhood.
The car was coming this way. They blocked the car off, coming up Pentwood. Suspects jumped out the car, scattered.
It scared me. I was in the window, and I looked, I said, what is going on?
Those two neighbors witnessing the end of this police pursuit along Pentwood Road at Northwood Drive in Northeast Baltimore. The suspects were chased about 2.5 miles from Baltimore County all the way into the city. Baltimore County police say it started when officers responded to a call on Lock Hill Road that's near Register Avenue. This happened just before 12:30 Tuesday morning. And that call was for destruction of property. So when officers got here, they noticed several cars had been broken into. Police spotted an empty car with its engine running, and that's when police say two teens jumped in that car, drove off, at one point dragging an officer who tried to stop them. Investigators say the suspect also hit 2 police cars in the process. Officers eventually arresting these 2 male teens after they bailed out of the car. And thankfully, the officer who was dragged did not require any medical attention at the scene. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. 8:06 from the Live Center this morning. You're taking a live look now from the White House as last-minute preparations are underway with Title 42 expiring in less than 24 hours. In fact, we're following reports from Congressman Tony Gonzalez. At least 80,000 migrants are making their way from South America to the U.S.-Mexico border. That's on top of federal estimates that 150,000 are waiting to cross from Mexico right now. El Paso is dealing with hundreds of migrants turning themselves into U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The city debating whether or not to open its city-run shelters for those migrants. Hundreds more prepare to flood over the border illegally after Title 42 expires tomorrow. We're getting our first look at the Texas Tactical Border Force that was landing in El Paso. Governor Greg Abbott says the soldiers will be hoping to intercept the migrants attempting to enter his state illegally, unlike the 1,500 deployed by the Biden administration to help with clerical work. Again, a look at the White House. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre announcing Tuesday DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will brief the press today on the administration's multi-agency border plan. Now, tomorrow, GOP lawmakers, they're set to vote on their Secure Border Act. And there's little hope of passing the Democratic-led Senate, but if it does land on the president's desk, he's already vowed to veto it. That's the latest from our Live Center.
It really gets down really to the resources that law enforcement has in Baltimore.
Coming up in our next half hour, the crime crisis in Baltimore out of hand as we're heading into the summer months, why critics point to a lack of resources, and the meeting that is set to happen today.
Like I said, it's caused so many problems in my life, and it still does to this day.
More victims coming forward following the decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese. The civil rights attorney who's now joining the fight in what is expected to unfold in the coming months.
And we are looking at a pretty afternoon ahead of us with highs headed for the low 70s, low to mid 70s. This is just the start of a warm-up. I'll let you know how warm it's going to get and when showers return in a couple of minutes. It's 8:08. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:11 and new this morning. The Baltimore Ravens will be heading to London for their Week 6 game against the Tennessee Titans on October 15th.
The matchup is one of 5 international games to take place this season. It's only the second time that the Ravens are playing internationally. Last time, 2017, where they played the Jacksonville Jaguars at Wembley Stadium in United Kingdom. Ravens president Sashi Brown says that the team is excited for the opportunity and for the team to connect with fans throughout Europe.
Nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the fight against abuse in the Baltimore Catholic Church. What's ahead in their legal battle coming up?
Plus, a live look at the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower. Coming up, we're going to head back out to meteorologist Justin Chambers, and he's going to give us a look inside. We're talking about the clock room. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Memorial Day is when it will start, and Memorial Day is when we'll be showing everybody what we're and how we're going to be doing, and doing it in a more evolved way than we have before.
So we're not going to see it until Memorial Day. Are we going to see it before Memorial Day?
So I'll say this again, maybe in a different way, Alexa. This is nothing new in Baltimore. Curfew is something. Curfew laws have been on the books. Enforcement has been on the books and have been doing that for many, many years.
We are just under 3 weeks from Memorial Day and the start of curfews, as you heard, for Baltimore's youngest residents. It is an effort to stop the trend of juveniles involved in crime. But the question is, will it work? Longtime Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joins us this morning. Good morning, Pastor Smith.
Good morning, Ms. Patrice. How are you?
I'm good. Let's just start with, do curfews work?
The mayor was correct. Curfews have been on the books since 1994. The question is, do they work? I hate to sound old school, but a curfew for a young person is a parental responsibility, not a government responsibility. It hasn't worked in the past. Good luck with trying to make it work today. Check with the curfew in Philly, check with the curfew in D.C., check with the curfew in PG County. It's not really been effective. What it does, it increases the frequency of contact between the police and a young person. You increase the frequency, you increase the likelihood of a bad outcome.
And he says it's always been on the books, that it's not a new thing. But some are questioning if it's always been on the books, then why do we not enforce this on a more regular basis? Why do we wait for this holiday to roll this out? And do we even have the police to enforce it? And should that be their major push when we've got this other crime going on?
Again, he's correct. Since 1994, it's been on the books, very rarely and inconsistently used because it doesn't work. Again, there are other places where they've been instituted and not very well enforced. Number 1, PG County. Number 2, D.C. Number 3, Philly. Here in Baltimore, it hasn't worked so well, but I understand the mayor having to resort to this. The mayor and city council have to step in and set up a curfew when mothers and fathers don't. It's a parental responsibility, not a governmental responsibility. My mom and daddy set my curfew, not the mayor and city council. Good effort if you try. You're short on police, and again, there's a built-in problem. When the police make that encounter with a young person, I can't look and tell whether that person is 14 or 18, 18 or 15. I make the stop. I frisk, I ask for ID, they resist. Do I chase them? Do I run them? When I catch them, do I wrestle them? It's a bad outcome for the police and not a good look for the mayor and the city of Baltimore if we go in that direction, because when you increase the encounter, increase the frequency of police authority in the life of young folk, you're going to increase the likelihood of a bad result. It's a family responsibility. This is just another indication of the fact that the family is broken down. Nothing is going to change until we do something to edify and build that family. No political solution, no educational solution, no economic solution, no legal solution. It's a moral and spiritual problem. It begins in the home, Ms. Patrice.
All right, we'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Patrice.
All right, we need to get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson talking about a beautiful couple days in the city. Good morning.
Yeah, the only issue we face, unfortunately, the pollen. If you've been suffering from allergies, much like myself, grass is to blame. Lately, it's been really bad for me, and that's the reason why. Weeds and mold, not an issue. Tree pollen still in the moderate category currently. That means if you have yard work to do, take your allergy medications in preparation for that. It's a nice day weather-wise to get out in the yard or out in the garden, so I'd go for it today, tomorrow, or Friday. By Saturday, we are tracking some showers, so at that point, I move it to the yellow light. We're off to a pretty start this morning. York Road running through Towson looks pretty quiet at the moment. We're off to a cool start. We've got 50s to begin. These numbers are going to warm quite a bit today, so we are looking at a lovely afternoon ahead of us. Not so pretty, though, in Houston. They've got ongoing storms there, and that means flooding threats will continue. They've got a flood threat still in place today. For us, we have high pressure in control, keeping us nice and dry, so pretty quiet here on the East Coast. Perfect day to get outside, soak up some sunshine, along with the low 70s. It's going to be really comfortable for whatever you want to do outside today. If you are enjoying the outdoors, we want to see your pics. Send them to us, like Shawnee did of her pups playing in the sun. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime in to do that. You've got plenty of opportunities to enjoy the warm weather. Low 80s are back tomorrow and Friday before we dip back into the mid 70s this weekend. And that's just because we are tracking our next weather maker at that point. That's what's going to send us some showers. These should arrive overnight Friday into Saturday morning. Looks like Saturday morning will start off with some light rain. Doesn't last all day. Forecast model actually now updated and shows the showers wrapping up by midday. So that's good for outdoor plans Saturday afternoon and Saturday evening if you plan to maybe grill for Mother's Day. Heading into Sunday, we should stay dry too. So Saturday, we'll start off with some showers and isolated storm. Warm and sticky with highs in the mid-70s. Showers and storms on Saturday, but then drier and warmer by Sunday. Sunday, we're just in the mid-70s, mostly cloudy, but nice and comfortable for anything you want to do outside this weekend. Leading up to that, we've got low 80s for a couple of days, mid-70s this weekend. Early next week, another brief round of showers come Monday, but it looks like we're dry again by next Tuesday. Back to you.
All right, let's look at what's happening in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. The roads are a bit of a mess this morning. We've got 3 accidents to talk about. On the right, the accident we've been reporting all morning, that is still backing up traffic. You can see from the camera that is just a slow go. That's 95 southbound. Now, again, the accident's been moved to the shoulder, but it's not making that a smoother commute at all. Then the camera on the bottom left, there's another accident. This one also 895 south. One vehicle involved there. Then on the top left, this accident is 695 on the inner loop. The right shoulder is closed. 5 vehicles involved in that accident. So be careful when you get up and out this morning. Give yourself plenty of extra time.
And we're at Pat's Porch. Of course, it's quaint, it's charming, and it offers everything Maryland, everything Baltimore. Perfect for Mother's Day, right? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Plus, we're getting an inside look at the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to be showing us how the staff changes the time. Hopefully he can get them all correct this morning. 8:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. A24, it's so Baltimore. Celebrate small businesses in our area during Maryland Tourism Week. Pat's Porch in Catonsville is a one-stop shop carrying many hometown vendors. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live with more. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Patrice. Again, good morning, Pat. We are with Beth, the owner of Pat's Porch. Why is it called Pat's Porch? Well,
I named it after my mom.
The best. This is like the ultimate grandma shop. I mean, everything is here. I'm holding with the Maryland box here.
Maryland box, yes.
So tell us all that you offer.
So Pat's Porch is also home of Maryland Box, which is our gift box online shop that we sell. We send boxes all over the country for welcome to Maryland. If people move out of Maryland, thank you boxes, corporate thank you gifts as well. And it features a lot of Maryland food products. So you can build your own box with burger cookies, Fisher's popcorn, Otterbein. We have about 22 different Maryland food products that you can choose to put in the Maryland box.
I love it. And you know, one of my favorites already, I had your baby crabs.
Yes.
Tell us about those.
So we make the chocolate crabs here. We make them plain and we make them dusted with Old Bay. You can buy any amount you want. We have already gift boxes pre-made. And they're also one of the options in the Maryland box.
Just one of many things offered here, guys. There's a cornucopia of amazing products. Again, this is such a cute place, an amazing place, and actually just in time for Mother's Day, too. So
yeah,
some options there.
And look
we
at
know what
that.
Patrice
I'm
wants.
a mother. I think I need some of this chocolate.
We have a lot of gifts, greeting cards. We have a lot of items made in Maryland as well.
That is so
Thanks
awesome.
so much, Beth.
Thank you.
All right, well, if you want more information about getting out there and getting some of that good stuff, you need to go to our website. It's all there, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Still ahead this morning, we are warming back up this afternoon. Our Weather Authority team lets us know when we're going to reach the 80s. Plus, new reports set to drop today, giving us a look at the state of the economy, the latest round of layoffs, and what it could be saying about inflation. That's just ahead from our live center. 826, you're watching Fox.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 8:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We are at the Bromo Seltzer Tower all morning long with a very, very, very excited meteorologist in Justin Chambers. Yeah.
That's right. A more toned down meteorologist is in studio with us, Amy Aronson, but she's excited because the forecast is nice.
Forecast is awesome today. Actually, not only today and the next couple of days too. I've got an easy job here in studio. I'm just tracking sunshine and warm temperatures, which is what we like to see in early May. today. Low 50s this morning. Feels cool right now, but these numbers are already warming. We started off in the 40s. We're already in the 50s. We'll be in the 60s by lunchtime and by recess time today, so calling for outdoor recess for the kiddos. By pickup time, feeling even better, even warmer. Low 70s by pickup time. Won't need the jackets at that point. And tomorrow, even warmer. It's actually going to feel kind of summery, so time to break out the shorts and T-shirts. I've got an updated look at exactly how long this sunny, dry, and warm stretch is going to last in about 10 minutes. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Two accidents that we need to point out to you right now. Accident being reported this morning. Still backing traffic up, as you can see from the camera on the right. That's southbound 95. It was moved to the shoulder. Now, the camera's not taking where it actually happened. If they would move the camera a little bit to the left, you'd see it. That's where the traffic is backing up. It's been cleared, but they still were blocking off one lane. Police also ended up clearing the accident that was on 695's inner loop. There was a blockade there, and that is now opened up, so that is great news. There was 5 vehicles involved with that, but they are now wide open here. They zoomed out from the camera, but you can still see the crews. They're just slowly clearing up the entire place to itself. So that's some good news. The last thing here is we're hearing also from the interchange and one of the toll plazas going over the tolls, going under to the bridges and the tunnels here. They are now cleared. So that's another good news as you're heading out this morning.
It really gets down really to the resources that law enforcement has in Baltimore.
Church needs to be held accountable for this. They need to be held accountable.
We are following 2 big stories in a city in crisis. The ongoing crime crisis in Baltimore, especially among juveniles, prompting a growing concern as we head into the summer months.
Plus, new developments surrounding decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
We have team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will take a look at what is to come in the legal battle against the Archdiocese.
We want to begin with Olivia Dan. She is investigating the cracks within Baltimore's justice system and a meeting that is set for today. Olivia? She may not be able to hear us. We'll check in here with Olivia in just a little bit.
City Council is meeting at 1 this afternoon to go over their crime reduction strategy. Now, oftentimes these meetings get canceled, but today's meeting hasn't been canceled yet. But it comes as crime is out of control and as Fox 45 News is investigating the cracks in Baltimore's justice system.
There are insufficient resources today to be able to guarantee that people will be brought to justice, even when it's a repeat violent offender, and even when the person remained in Baltimore.
That was Jason Johnson, former BPD Deputy Commissioner. We spoke with him about the arrest of Terrell Parker on drug distribution charges on May 6th. Court records show the 26-year-old already had 3 open warrants for this arrest, including for attempted murder. One of those warrants was nearly 6 months old. Fox 45 News is questioning why it took Baltimore police so long to arrest Parker. And Jason Johnson says it all comes down to department understaffing. And because of that, they can't track down every person with a warrant, which of course is concerning considering the current crime crisis in Baltimore. Now, if today's meeting happens as scheduled, it'll be interesting to see if city leaders address Parker's arrest or at least the staffing shortages in the police department. You can also find more details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Olivia. Despite the crime crisis needing to be addressed, Governor Wes Moore just signed hundreds of bills this week, not a single one geared towards stopping the state's youth crime crisis.
Over the course of the 2023 legislative session, more than 800 bills were passed, covering everything from abortion to cannabis to minimum wage. But not one of the laws took action against tackling juvenile crime.
They missed the ball this year because you had a new governor and they were focusing on his legislative priorities. I think next year they're going to have to step up to the plate, start to use the next several months to build a program to deal with this problem, because it's not something that's going away and it will become a political issue.
Well, also political analyst John Deedy went on to say with the lawmakers' failure to address youth violence, it could not only cost more lives, but also threaten their seats in the next election cycle.
Fox 45 News asked you, did lawmakers do everything they could to get juvenile crime under control? 96% of those who voted say no. Earlier this week, Fox 45 News pressed Governor Moore about what he's doing about the problems within the Department of Juvenile Services. You can find his response on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump joining the fight following fallout from an attorney general's report detailing decades-long abuse within Baltimore's archdiocese.
Shannon Lilly is continuing our team coverage this morning. She's got a look at the latest developments in this case. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening right now, Patrice and Tom, is civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining a Baltimore firm vowing to pursue justice. And this is all after the Catholic Church here in Baltimore has already shelled out more than $13 million to abuse victims. But it's bracing for what's expected to be millions more in damages. In fact, some of the church's youngest members who suffered abuse years ago returned yesterday demanding accountability. Attorney Ben Crump announcing a series of civil suits he plans to file this fall, representing all ages and all races of victims.
For everybody who was abused, we're going to make sure they have a voice not only in the court of public opinion, but we're going to give them a voice in the court of law. We want you all to know we believe you now and we stand with you, and you all are victims no more.
And remember, this is all coming after the legislature approved the Child Victims Act last month, and that removed the statute of limitations for sex abuse victims, which means that the floodgates are now wide open, allowing any victim to sue the Catholic Church. And law firms are lining up, vowing to represent what's expected to be hundreds of abuse victims. The new law does cap damages from civil suits at $1.5 million. It takes effect in October. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Ben Crump has also joined a lawsuit against Baltimore City Public Schools. The suit accusing the school system of wasting tax dollars and failing to provide an adequate education to generations of students. He says the solutions that he finds here will make waves around our nation. We also want to disclose Ben Crump is an advertiser on our station.
It scared me. I was in the window and I looked, I said, what is going on?
Coming up in our next half hour, a high-speed car chase from Baltimore County into Baltimore City. A dragged officer, 2 police cars hit. Well, we are learning about those very young teen suspects.
Well, it's a sunny and warmer day ahead. Meteorologist Amy Aronson lets us know when we're going to get back into the 80s. 8:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This morning, a live look over at Washington, D.C. as we look to the Consumer Prices Report just out. Consumer Price Index measured the cost of goods and services. It increased 0.4% in April. Inflation rose 4.9% in April from a year ago, which is less than what was predicted. More layoffs this morning, too. CBS parent company Paramount says it's cutting 25% of its employees across Showtime and MTV, in particular MTV News, ending this week after 36 years on the air. LinkedIn is also announcing it's letting go more than 700 workers, or about 3.5% of its global workforce. Microsoft owns LinkedIn and says it's shutting down a job search app used in China. We are less than an hour from that opening bell, right, at 9:30 this morning, where things this morning we're talking about inflation report will be the next market mover. So we'll be watching that and seeing how that impacts New York. That's the latest from our live center.
You know, eventually they're going to have to be held accountable for that.
Residents in shock after witnessing a heated car chase from Baltimore County into Baltimore City. How authorities were able to catch the young teenage suspects.
Well, somehow they let me inside the Bromo Seltzer Tower clock room. And I'm up here almost touching the gears, even though they said, don't touch anything in here. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk about how you can actually come up here and check out the clock yourself. It's all right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all time, when the clocks are right.
.844 transitions are a part of life. Switching careers can be a little scary, though it's not uncommon to rethink and redesign your lifestyle. Now it's all about finding your passion and upskilling your credentials to get the job that you deserve. Rebecca Klein and Keith Scott from Tall Small Production joining us now to make us our best foot forward, shall I say, when we go in. So thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
My first question is going to be, what is upskilling?
Upskilling is divided into two groupings. One, it's how you present yourself, how you come across, because nothing else matters if you can't wow people that way. And it's also looking at your LinkedIn, looking at your resume, everything about yourself.
And then figure out what skills do you have and what else do I need to take? What do I have to learn to make myself as attractive as possible to that employer.
Do you see anything, now that we've had, obviously COVID, the pandemic, and a lot of things have gone to Zoom, I've seen you a lot on social media presenting that way. When we start looking at, okay, how do I present myself? Do you need to start thinking about my first interview is maybe on a Zoom interview? How do I present myself, first of all, digitally?
That is key because a lot of people are still going on Zoom and looking like a mugshot version of themselves. You need to sit back far enough from the camera for people to feel like they're seeing you in real life.
Okay. Also pay attention what's behind you. People are watching that. Right. You don't want that window behind you so you look like you're in protective services. Many times you can't see their face. Pay attention. People are figuring out your personality by what you have behind you.
There's been lots of times where we do interviews with people here in their bedroom, which, the bed's made up nice and everything, but you're not sure. So right here, you have exampled bullets of skills. So you've kind of gone through that. Okay, so then when you get in front of somebody else, whether it be online or sitting in front of their desk, you have some actually some tips for us right now.
Number one thing is to have a water with you. Okay. If you're not offered one, that glass of water is your magic bullet for if you need a moment to gather your thoughts. You take a sip of water, and that prevents you from stumbling.
And they wouldn't think anything of it because you're just trying to make sure you drink water. Okay.
And focus on what you do know. So many times people will say what they don't know. If you get a question, tell them what you do know, and then say, I'll follow up on the rest. Don't start with the negative.
What else do you have for us? What other some tips?
You want to come in with bullets of your skills. And that way, when someone asks you a question, you're not going to draw a blank and say, well, let me see, look up in the air and look like you have no idea. Instead, if you have a couple bullets written down, you can draw stories.
Don't write them all out and try and memorize them. Just keep the bullets. Make it more conversational.
Exactly.
And, all right. And stay calm. Breathe. Relax. If people notice you're nervous, they don't want to hire you. They want someone that's cool, calm, and collected.
Like you guys are right now.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Tall Small Productions, Rebecca and Keith, always great to have you. I mean, just a little quick insight into how you can land that job, especially with all these layoffs that are going on right now.
Exactly. The key is to be yourself.
Be yourself. There you go. All right. Well, being herself is Amy Aronson, and she's looking at the beautiful weather and whether you are landing that next job or you're up fixing the clock at the clock tower. He hasn't fixed that clock yet.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 meteorologists in one shot here. If you look closely, you can probably see Justin hanging out atop the Bromo Seltzer Tower this morning, up there working hard, maybe trying to update the clock for us. We'll see. He is enjoying some sunshine. Cool to start, low 50s to begin, but by the afternoon, we're going to up our temperatures a solid 20 degrees. Rising temperatures over the next couple of days along with the sunshine. Looks like showers will hold off until the start of the weekend now on Saturday. We have high pressure in control helping keep us nice and dry, not only today, but actually the next couple of days. We're in a very quiet weather pattern here. Starting off with a cool morning. We're not alone. We still have some 40s on the map for our neighbors to the north up in Pennsylvania. For us, we're at 53 already, and that number is going to continue to climb. Nothing but sunshine on tap for us today. Actually, today and tomorrow, nice clear skies. That trend will actually take us through the weekend, too. And then here comes the showers rushing in from west to east. Plan on some showers overnight Friday into Saturday morning. Some steady rain at times, even an isolated thunderstorm at that point. The good news is our forecast model is now showing that rain wrapping up as early as midday on Saturday. And that would mean the second half of the day is drier, leading into Mother's Day come Sunday. So for today, take advantage of the dry conditions. We've got the sunshine, the comfy temperatures, low 70s today, meaning perfect to knock out some yard work, some gardening. And then why not go relax tonight at Camden Yards for a little bit of baseball? We are looking at first pitch temperature at 70 degrees with sunny skies. And then as the sun goes down, temperatures will be cooling into the mid-60s. Looking ahead at Mother's Day weekend shows warm day on Friday, mid-70s with showers, even an isolated storm Saturday, and then just mostly cloudy with highs in the mid-70s on Sunday. We've got some 80s leading up to the weekend, and then early next week, another shot at some showers come Monday. Now let's take a look at the view through your window. I want to thank Shannon for this picture of her 3 cats there watching the beautiful view outside. That's something my dog would do. We want to see what the view is like through your window. Just go over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or scan that QR code that you see right there on the screen.
Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and some of the cameras from around the Baltimore region looking pretty good. No major issues to talk about, but there is some volume top of the Beltway. The inner loop, actually, in between Parkville and Kearney, slowing you down. Typically, it's the outer loop, but right now we've got the inner loop there. And we also have the Curtis Creek drawbridge is now opening up, so you may have to pause a little bit if you're going there. That's the only issue to report. And one other issue that is causing some slowdowns, Maryland 100, right at Oakwood Road. There's a utility problem, and that's slowing traffic down if you're going westbound on 100. So everybody else, you're moving along nicely. Training this morning, getting an inside look at a Baltimore staple. The Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower has been a part of Baltimore's skyline for more than 100 years. Yeah, making a wish come true for our meteorologist, Justin Chambers. He's inside the Bromo Tower. You are a big critic of the clocks and the time, and they're a little off. So you've always wanted to get in there. You are living your best life right now, Justin. Did they let you at least touch something?
Yes, yeah, okay. They have, Tom. And I mean, look at the smile on my face. I mean, it's been amazing being here. The folks have been so great. The cool part about being inside the clock room is that you at home can come and actually check out all the stuff that I'm looking at right now. Now, this is the clock that we always look at from the top of our Transamerica building. I'm always talking about how it's slightly off. Sometimes it doesn't work, but obviously there's 4 clocks in here, and they face north, south, east, and west. Bringing back in Eliza Kurtz with us here from the Baltimore Office of Promotion and the Arts, BOPTA, as we like to say. It's BOPA. Eliza, good morning to you. Now, talk about the fact that this is a historic tower, but yet now it's an artist kind of potpourri, if you will, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as I mentioned before, we have all sorts of different artists in the building. We open up for open studios, and we have galleries, and we do all sorts of different events here.
And that's really cool. On May 18th, you got an event coming up here in just next week or so.
We do. On May 18th, we're participating in the Bromo Arts District Art Walk. So that's going to be from 5 to 9 p.m. The clock tower is going to be open, as well as open studios and galleries.
So you can come in here. Every Saturday, people can come up here from 11 to 4. All right, let's talk about the clock. Let's walk over here. We don't have time to get into all the intricacies of this, but this is a gravity-driven clock. So this is the whole thing. Look, Sean, look at this whole thing. This is the thing that drives all 4 of these clocks. And you're going to let me help set it?
Yeah, we're going to do a little bit of an adjustment here. To actually set the time, you got to climb up on some ladders, but basically this. Yeah. So you're going to want to stick that tool.
Oh, it's way over here. Okay.
Yeah, stick your arm in there.
All right, I'm going to stick the tool on the thing.
All right, you got it?
I'm setting the clock, Tom. All right, what am I doing?
All right, so do you have the time?
I do have the time. Yeah.
All right, so what time is it?
It's 8:50.
Okay, so turn it to the left.
Turn it to the left.
Let's do that.
1 to the left. Okay. How much to the left?
Sorry, actually, you're going to want to turn to the right.
Now turn it to the right. See, this is why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Okay, keep going to the right.
Keep going.
Keep going to the right.
Keep going.
Keep going. Okay.
Yeah, just keep on turning it, and you see how the gears are moving?
Yeah.
A little faster
the gears
than they
are
would
moving.
normally be moving. Yeah.
Now, does that mean, can the drone see like the actual hands moving? Is that working right now?
So the hands will be moving right now, but really slowly. Like this adjustment is just a few minutes at a time.
Okay. All right. Beautiful.
So it's just going to be a really small, minor adjustment.
I'm going to make it say FOX45. That's what I'm going to set it to. So it's always 4-5. Okay.
Yep. So yeah, you can just even go a few more. But
man, I'm getting tired here. Okay, geez, they're making me work. So
yeah, then we're going to have at least one that's right.
Moving the gears. All right. Thank you, Eliza. That's all the time we have for Justin. Time to get that.
We have the drone shot. We have the drone shot, and you were going,
good.
Yeah, you were going the wrong way. It now says 8:18. It used to say 8:31. So we'll go the other way. Eliza had it right the first time.
Exactly. So we'll be back live in the next. I think they're going to probably make me leave the clock room, but there's a really cool museum here where we can talk about the Bromo Seltzer, which is all what this is all about. So back in a little bit.
Try and snag a cobalt blue bottle for me. That'd be great. Cobalt blue. All right, fun times right there. Not so much fun at the pump. Still ahead, pain at the pump could be easing for drivers. How the prices compare right here in Maryland. Plus, Mother's Day, 4 days away. Just how much consumers are predicted to spend while spoiling mom this year. And if you don't have the budget to be spoiling mom and doing all things creative, or maybe going up to the Bromo Seltzer Tower and messing with the clock there, maybe you just want to spend a couple bucks on a coffee. She'll enjoy that too, especially if it's in bed. It's time for a coffee break. 8:57 and topping your morning business report this Wednesday. Gas prices holding steady at a slightly lower price than they were just last week. Of course, I've seen the opposite around here. According to AAA, the average cost for a gallon of gas is $3.53. That's the same price as yesterday, but it's 6 cents lower than a week ago. Locally, AAA is reporting the average cost for a gallon of gas in Maryland, $3.42. That's 4 cents lower than last week's average. Comcast has announced they will be awarding 100 Baltimore small businesses with comprehensive grant packages through their Comcast Rise program. It was created in 2020 to help small businesses who were hit hard by COVID. The company says Comcast Rise provides grants to businesses that needed to survive and recover. Grant packages include business consultation services, educational resources, a monetary grant worth $5,000, creative production, and a technology makeover. Comcast says eligible businesses can apply for a grant package through the end of June at ComcastRise.com. The grants will be announced in August and awarded in September. Now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
The space we live in is so important to all of us, and that really starts with the base of a healthy, clean home, including the air that we breathe. And there are so many pollutants that can affect the air inside of our homes, from our pets, dust, allergens. What's the solution? Here's one. This is the Clean Light Air. It's super compact, easy to use. It even fits in the cup holder of your car. It's an air filter that can remove up to 99.9% of particles you don't want in your house, like smoke, odors, pet dander, air pollution. And this thing is small, but really mighty. It can purify up to 161 square feet at a time. So think about it in your office, your kid's dorm room, for a small bedroom. So many people love using these in the kitchen while they're cooking. Even if you've never thought about the air quality in your space before, you will absolutely feel the difference right away with this product. Place them anywhere your pet hangs out, or when you're going somewhere running errands, put it in your car. It's super quiet. It's super easy to use. And another thing I love, you can charge your devices at the same time. There's a USB port. Add your favorite essential oil to the sponge inside so the air will not only be clean, it will smell great. And today we're offering a 2-for-1. Both of these for the price of less than you normally pay for just one. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, not fixed yet. Clock controversy right now. And that's our meteorologist that's messing with it.
We sent him out there to get all the clocks straight because he likes to gripe about how they're off just by a little bit each morning on the Bromo Seltz Tower. So he's there now, and he just wound it the wrong way.
He went the wrong way. Gotta go the other way.
As we all just laughed and gasped back here. All right, well, good morning to you on this Wednesday, May 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Megan Gillen has the day off. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is out there. The other meteorologist, Amy Aronson, though, wasn't that hilarious?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he'll stop complaining now. He's going to realize how hard it is to get that clock where it needs to be.
Right.
We'll see.
Things are upside down and backwards in there to be able to look at the time.
I mean, maybe he's just, teasing us. We've got 45 minutes, right, to fix it, to get it in the right spot. It is hard work out there, but at least he's got some pretty weather on his side. We're starting off in the 50s. Actually, temperatures are improving with each passing hour. We're now at 58 degrees in Baltimore, with the help of some sunshine. So we are looking at a milder afternoon ahead of us, warming up, leaving the 40s behind. Our updated outdoor exercise forecast shows nothing but sunshine through lunchtime. And by lunchtime, it's going to feel pretty nice, with temperatures ending up in the upper 60s at that point. And over the next couple of days, it only gets warmer before our next weather maker moves in. I do have an updated look at exactly when showers will arrive this weekend in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look from some of the cameras that we pulled up around the Baltimore region. A couple of accidents earlier and collisions that we showed you. They've mainly been cleared up, so that's the good news as crews continue to work as fast as possible to get you moving where you need to go.
In a city in crisis, we have team coverage of two big stories in Baltimore.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will be bringing us the latest juvenile crime incident, which had police racing from Baltimore County into Baltimore City.
But first, Olivia Dance has a look at the trial that begins today for a Monzi employee accused in a deadly crash. Olivia?
Attorneys have indicated the trial will last 2 days, but it's starting at 9:30 this morning right here at the courthouse on North Calvert Street. Now, Gardnell Carter was arrested and charged with the crime in February last year, but just last summer he was listed as an outreach liaison for the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE. Last year, Fox 45 News found emails from Shante Jackson, the MONSE director, saying Carter was released following the, quote, assistance and support of Mayor Scott and MONSE, end quote. The spokesperson later added that it was emotional support for Carter and his family that was referenced in Jackson's email. At the time, Mayor Scott sent Fox 45 News this statement regarding the crash, saying, quote, Mayor Scott and Director Jackson believe in the due process of law. No monetary support was provided, end quote. Sean Kennedy from the Maryland Public Policy Institute weighed in back when he heard about that email.
Something is very rotten in MONSE. We're looking at the leader of an organization engaged in political and personal favors, intervening on behalf of somebody who committed a horrendous crime. That's the opposite of safety.
Now, to give you some background, in February 2022, Carter was arrested and charged with vehicular manslaughter. The incident report from a witness says on North Avenue, Carter accelerated quickly, driving into the bus and bike lane. It was at that time that he struck Charles Buster Banks, who was on his bike. Banks later died at the hospital, and the police report claims Carter was driving 45 miles per hour in an area where the speed limit is 25. Again, the trial starts at 9:30 this morning, and you can get the latest details, plus find our past reporting on this on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Well, 9:04, and now we continue our teen coverage. Two teenagers, too young to drive, lead police on a car chase, causing a chaotic scene.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live in studio. And Shannon, we understand that they were dragging an officer as part of this whole chaotic scene.
Yeah, they absolutely were. Just crazy, Patrice. And these suspects are just 14 and 15 years old. Police say they not only stole the car, but like you said, they also dragged an officer with that vehicle. And so now we are looking at part of this early morning scene that was all captured on cell phone video seen on the Citizen app. Police say they released canine units, and one suspect was caught and bitten by the dog. The other suspect also captured. All of this, though, certainly disturbing the peace in one neighborhood.
Car was coming this way. They blocked the car off, coming up Pentwood. Suspects jumped out the car, scattered.
It scared me. I was in the window and I looked, I said, what is going on?
Those two neighbors witnessing the end of this police pursuit along Pentwood Road at Northwood Drive in Northeast Baltimore. The suspects were chased about 2.5 miles from Baltimore County into the city. Baltimore County Police say it started when officers responded to a call on Lock Hill Road near Register Avenue. It's all happening just before 12:30 early Tuesday morning, and that call was for destruction of property. So when officers got here, they noticed several cars had been broken into. Police spotted an empty car with its engine running, and that's when police say two teens jumped in the car, drove off, at one point dragging an officer who tried to stop them. Investigators say the suspects also hit two police cars in the process. So officers eventually arrested these two male teens after they bailed out of the car. And thankfully, that officer who was dragged did not require any medical attention at the scene. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Patrice, Tom.
Well, that chase ended near Huber Memorial Church. Longtime resident and community member P.M. Smith is the pastor there. And our 8 o'clock hour, we spoke with him about the mayor's curfew for Baltimore's youngest residents, set to begin Memorial Day weekend. It is an effort to stop the trend of juveniles involved in crime. But Pastor Smith believes it will take more than this to get crime under control.
A curfew for a young person is a parental responsibility, not a government responsibility. It hasn't worked in the past. Good luck with trying to make it work today. Check with the curfew in Philly, check with the curfew in D.C., check with the curfew in PG County. It's not really been effective. What it does, it increases the frequency of contact between the police and a young person. You increase the frequency, you increase the likelihood of a bad outcome.
This is just the latest example of a young person accused of committing a violent crime this year. Just last week, an 18-year-old and his 14-year-old brother were arrested for the murder of a T-Mobile employee, Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. And then last month, you remember large, chaotic crowds of a couple hundred young people gathering at the Inner Harbor. 2 teenagers were shot during a fight in one of those crowds just feet away from where police were standing. And in March, police say an armed 15-year-old student carjacked an Uber driver, ran into Carver High School during school hours to try and get away from police. Officers say they found him in a classroom with a loaded gun.
If you would like to see more of Fox 45 News' extensive reporting on juvenile crime, head to foxbaltimore.com. That's where you can find recent cases not only from Baltimore, but all around the state.
9:08, and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says President Biden still refuses to negotiate despite the administration's claims that America is less than a month away from default.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And it sounds like, Kayla, there wasn't a lot of progress made during the meeting between Biden and congressional leaders.
Yeah, Patrice, that's the general sentiment coming out, hearing both McCarthy and Biden speak after. McCarthy says that just meeting itself was about the only progress they made. He saw no movement from the president. Now, during Tuesday's sit-down, Democrats reiterating their position that no spending cuts will be considered. Speaker Kevin McCarthy says the House stands firm to avoid default by passing a bill to raise the debt ceiling along with spending cuts. Now, President Biden says he's considering a few options if a deal is not made, and that could include things like invoking the 14th Amendment, which has its own challenges, or clawing back unspent COVID relief funds. President Biden and McCarthy will meet again later this week.
Well, Kayla, you just mentioned the 14th Amendment, and there's been some back and forth with Biden if he would actually use it. Was that an empty threat, or did he kind of back up a little bit on that with this meeting?
Well, the president is now looking at the 14th Amendment as a sort of workaround to avoid default on the nation's debt if an agreement on raising the debt ceiling isn't reached in time. The president does acknowledge the drawbacks, however, of taking this route because it would have to be litigated. The 14th Amendment hasn't been used this way before. Litigation, of course, takes time, so Congress would need to authorize an extension regardless. This legal theory hinges on a single line in the 14th Amendment that says public debt, quote, shall not be questioned. Under Biden's interpretation, that means the president could add to the national debt, theoretically. Even some within his administration, though, are hesitant to embrace this idea. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen calling it, quote, one of the not good options, end quote. Standing firm that it should be up to Congress to do its job and find an agreement here. And again, Biden will meet with congressional leaders again on Friday, so we'll see if they make a little bit more progress then.
All right, national correspondent Kayla Gaskins live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. Well, new this morning, Governor Wes Moore will be part of the National Advisory Board for the Biden-Harris 2024 reelection campaign. The board includes 50 Democratic leaders who will take a leadership role in helping develop and deliver President Biden and Vice President Harris's message and engage voters all across the country. Moore is the only Marylander on the board.
9:10 now, and from the Live Center this morning, a live look over Washington, D.C. as we look at the Consumer Prices Report. Consumer Price Index measured the cost of goods and services, and it increased 0.4% in April. Good news? Well, inflation rose 4.9% in April over a year ago, which is less than predicted, so some better news there. More layoffs, though, this morning. CBS parent company Paramount saying that it's cutting 25% of its employees across Showtime and MTV, in particular, MTV News. It's ending this week after 36 years on air. LinkedIn is also announcing it's letting go more than 700 workers, or about 3.5% of its global workforce. Microsoft owns LinkedIn and says it's shutting down a job search app used in China. And we're less than 20 minutes from the opening bell this morning in New York Stock Exchange. And this morning's report will be the next market mover, so we'll be, of course, watching those numbers throughout the day for you. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Crime continues to plague city streets with no signs of slowing down as we're heading into the summer, while critics say a lack of resources is negatively impacting public safety for residents. And the meeting that's happening at City Hall later today.
Forward following the report detailing decades of abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese. The civil rights attorney stepping up to join the fight, and when we can expect lawsuits to be filed. 9:12 is your time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:15 and developing now, a live look over Capitol Hill where there's still no deal on raising the debt limit between the GOP and the Biden administration.
This comes after President Biden met with congressional leaders on the topic for the first time in more than 3 months.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says the president still refuses to negotiate despite the administration's claims that America is less than a month away from default.
During yesterday's meeting, Democrats reiterated their position that no spending cuts would be considered. Speaker McCarthy says the House stands firm to avoid defaulting by passing a bill to raise the debt ceiling this year, $1.5 trillion, but then next year having spending cuts.
We have now just 2 weeks to go. If Chuck Schumer could pass something, we'd go to conference right away and solve that. But I don't think Chuck Schumer can pass anything. They haven't dealt with it. Unfortunately, the president has waited 97 days without ever meeting.
To use the risk of default with all the dangers that has for the American people as a hostage and say it's my way or no way, or mostly my way or no way, is dangerous.
The U.S. will run out of money to pay its bills come June 1st. Experts have warned a default could be catastrophic for the U.S. economy.
President Biden says that he's considering a few options if a deal is not made, including invoking the controversial 14th Amendment, which would still face legal challenges, head to court, or clawing back unspent COVID relief funds. President Biden and Speaker McCarthy are set to meet again Friday.
We are just minutes away from the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange.
Investors and economists saw a bumpy day on Wall Street ahead of today's consumer inflation report.
The National Desk, Atra Al-Nashar, reports on how Americans and banks are bracing for what's ahead.
The strain of a year's worth of interest rate hikes and 3 bank failures in 2 months showing up in the Federal Reserve's latest reading on the nation's lenders. The takeaway? Banks are tightening their standards for loans of all kinds, while demand for them is getting substantially weaker.
The Fed is aware that tightening of credit conditions is something that will tend to slow the economy somewhat.
A slowdown is the Fed's goal, necessary, they believe, to cool inflation, but not so much that it causes a recession. In the Fed survey, banks cited a less favorable or more uncertain economic outlook as a reason for tightening their standards, exacerbating what economists call a credit crunch. Economic uncertainty also coming from Capitol Hill as the deadline to raise the debt ceiling gets closer.
A failure to do that would be unprecedented. We'd be in uncharted territory, and the consequences to the U.S. economy would be highly uncertain and could be quite averse.
Americans are paying attention, and according to Gallup, losing faith in those calling the shots. 38% said they have a great deal or fair amount of confidence in House Republicans to do or recommend the right thing for the economy. 36% said that of Fed Chair Jerome Powell, 35% for President Biden, and 34% for congressional Democrats. Focus, too, on household finances. Wednesday's Consumer Price Index expected to show 12-month inflation in April slowed to 5%, in line with March's reading, but still well off the Fed's target of 2%. In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
9:18 on this Wednesday morning. A pollen update for you all. If you're dealing with allergies, I would blame the grass right now. That's in the high category. Tree pollen coming in afterwards in the moderate category. Not really worrying about weeds or mold at the moment. We are looking at dry conditions otherwise for yard work today. So if you're not suffering from allergies and want to cut the grass, today would be a great day for it. Tomorrow, even better. It's going to be even warmer. Same for Friday. By Saturday, we are tracking some showers in the morning, not making it the best of days for anything outside, including yard work. We're off to a nice dry start this morning. Things look pretty quiet in Towson right now. York Road looks pretty empty at the moment. Temperatures are improving, climbing out of the 40s and back into the 50s. Mid and upper 50s in most spots already. And temperatures will continue to climb today. We are enjoying high pressure here on the East Coast, but I do want to point out what's happening in Texas. Looks like storms ongoing in the Houston area, along with the flood watch there. So the concern for flash flooding will continue today. For us, high pressure just building in. That means no concern for any showers or any storms in the short term. Instead, we've got dry conditions. We are looking at a beautiful day to get outside. Temperatures will be very seasonable, ending up a few degrees milder than yesterday. Brings us into the low 70s this afternoon. Maybe you want to take a walk or just spend some time in your yard with the dog. Perfect day for it. Here's an example of some pups enjoying the sunshine. Thank you, Shawnee, for this picture. And I want to see your pictures of whatever you're doing, not only today, but over the next couple of days with the sunshine. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in to send them to us. And temperatures will only be increasing over the next couple of days. We have low 80s on tap both Thursday and Friday. Over the weekend, temperatures will drop back off into the mid-70s. That's just because we're tracking a new weather maker that's going to bring us a chance of rain. And it looks like rain showers will return overnight Friday into Saturday morning. The good news is the timeline has sped up here. If this verifies, rain would wrap up by midday. That means the second half of the Saturday is drier for whatever you have planned. And we are looking at a drier actually end to Mother's Day weekend too. So showers and even an isolated storm on Saturday with highs in humid mid-70s. Showers and storms Saturday, but then drier and warmer by Sunday. So the weekend as a whole, not a washout. And it looks like Sunday is better for anything outside. Mostly cloudy and still warm at that point with highs in the mid-70s. Leading up to that, we've got a dry end to the work week with highs in the low 80s for the next couple of days. Plan on some rain early Saturday, but it looks like we are drier by Mother's Day. Scattered showers make a brief return again on Monday, but after that, temperatures are still trending up and well into the 70s at least through next Tuesday. Tom, Patrice.
Thank you, Amy. And we have some breaking news. Right now, U.S. Attorney's Office say that Representative George Santos has been arrested. He's facing charges for wire fraud, money laundering, and lying to Congress. You're taking a live look right now on Long Island, New York, where he represents the area. You see numerous amounts of media waiting for him to be brought into the courthouse, which is just to the left of this camera. They're waiting to find out and get a close shot of him as he's being brought into court, though. But he was just arrested moments ago. That just coming down from his people saying he was arrested. So we will wait and follow this story and see if he actually does show. We'll try and bring you that video as soon as that happens.
All morning long, we've been talking about the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower live from inside the clock room. I don't want to leave because I'm having so much fun. When you look at these big clock faces outside, it's bigger than Big Ben. How about that? More on the history of the tower and all the artists here as well, coming up on Good Day Baltimore.
It's such a beautiful morning, and this morning we're in Catonsville at Pat's Porch. We're going to tell you about one of the favorite coffees that's produced here in Baltimore. We'll talk about that coming up next.
9:25 now. It's So Baltimore. Travel along state lines and explore all that Maryland has to offer.
It's Maryland Tourism Week and a great time to support all of our local businesses. Be More Lifestyle Host is in Catonsville. Mark Clark hanging out on a porch.
And we're with Brett Rhodes from Zeke's Coffee Company. Yep. How are you, my friend?
I'm great. How you doing?
So you're familiar with Pat's Porch because you have your product here too, right?
Absolutely. They're one of our many wholesale customers in the Baltimore area.
Zeke's Coffee is amazing. Talk to us about your coffee and talk to us about how important it is to support local businesses and brands.
Well, for sure. We've been around since 2005. We're based in Northeast Baltimore City. Family-owned and operated small batch coffee roaster. We tend to partner with local small businesses. We're in grocery stores, places like Pat's. I know they do a Maryland box, and you can get our coffee in those Maryland boxes. So if you want to support small, local microeconomies to keep this city going, then invest in companies like ours and Pat's.
I love it. Brett, thank you so much, and thank you for your amazing coffee.
Thank you.
And again, Maryland, once again, that's why we're top of the tourism list, because we have so much to offer and so many great products and so many great people. I'm Mark Clark, Fox 45 News.
Exactly right, Mark. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
I don't know if they still make this stuff, but I found a bottle of Bromo Seltzer. Hey, stomach upset and for headaches. It's good for all of those things. There used to be a big blue bottle on the top of the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Not anymore. It's more about the art now. We're going to be talking about the artist and how you can check things out live inside the Bromo Seltzer Tower coming up in just a few.
Today, Baltimore City students will have the opportunity to learn a trade and get hands-on experience. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we're talking with Senator Corey McCray about the importance of the event.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. Coming up on 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We need to find out exactly how gorgeous it's going to be, not only today, But tomorrow.
I'm just ready to get out in it. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the forecast.
I know, we've been stuck in the air conditioning all morning. It's going to feel nice when we step outside. Actually, the next couple of days feel even better, even warmer. We're still stuck in the upper 50s right now, so temperatures are a little cool this morning, but I promise they're only going in one direction, and that is up. Low 70s today. Tomorrow, even better. Tomorrow we'll climb through the 70s and eventually reach the low 80s, and that's where we'll stay through the end of the week. We're also staying dry at least through Friday. After that, a new weather maker moves in just in time for the weekend. I do have an updated look, though, at the timeline of that, and I'll let you know exactly what the rain means for your weekend plans in 10 minutes. Patrice?
Look now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and see what's happening there at this late hour of the morning. Volume still out there, but in these shots, for the most part, people moving along pretty smoothly. We've had some rough patches throughout the morning. Lots of accidents slowing folks down, but right here, we're looking good.
Well, happening right now, Senator Cory McCray and the College Bound Foundation are partnering up to offer Baltimore City students an alternative to a college education.
Olivia Dance joins us live from the Plumbers and Steam Fitters Apprenticeship School. She's got more. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. This is a one-day tour. They have several stops, but right now we are at the first stop. The students just arrived in the building. Right now they're getting a tour, but I want to go ahead and bring in Senator Cory McCray. Thank you so much for doing this. You're really kind of the brains and operation behind all of this, so thanks for joining us. But tell us a little bit about what is happening here today. How many stops are you all making?
Olivia, first, thank you for the opportunity. This is where we partner with 4 schools. We have Reach, we have City Neighbors, we have NAF, we have Dunbar. They're going to be visiting 3 apprenticeship programs. They're going to be visiting the Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 486. They're going to be visiting the Operating Engineers, Local 37, and they're going to be visiting IBEW, Local 24.
Okay, awesome. And obviously we know that college is not for everyone, so this is going to be teaching students about some of the other opportunities that are out there for them. What are some of the skills that they're going to be learning here today?
Just great to do this in reference to partnership with College Bound, but thinking about how to be an electrician, exposing them to what a plumber and steam fitter does, also the operating engineers, being able to see the heavy equipment and being able to work with it virtually.
Now, this is the 4th year in a row that you have done this. Why is this event so important to you?
You know what, Olivia, as a Maryland State legislator who's the only legislator that went through a 5-year apprenticeship program with the IBEW Local 24, I think about that moment when I was in high school and my mom actually reached out to the Maryland Department of Labor and said, send me every apprenticeship program. Everybody don't need to do that. As long as they get that exposure, as long as they get that access and opportunity, I think that this will be great for our young scholars.
And just one more question for you, Senator. How exactly were the students selected for this? I mean, obviously very lucky that they were picked, but what was that process like?
You know what, working with the principals, Dr. Gresham, Principal Czar, and folks from Dunbar and NAF, thinking about those young scholars that we know that we got some fine institutions from a college and universities, but at the end of the day, we had to make sure that we're setting everybody up for opportunity, and the principals and College Bound was able to pick 15 students from each respective school and be able to bring them on this trip.
Well, it's really incredible, and we can't wait to see them come toward this facility that we're in right now and really get that hands-on experience. So thank you so much for joining us. And as the Senator mentioned, there's about 60 students who were selected for this today, and they're really going to be getting hands-on experience and learning about all those opportunities that are out there for them beyond college. But for now, reporting live in Rosedale, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Happening today, City Council will be meeting at 1 this afternoon to go over their crime reduction strategy.
It comes as crime continues to hit the streets of Baltimore and as Fox 45 News investigates cracks in Baltimore's justice system.
There are insufficient resources today to be able to guarantee that people will be brought to justice, even when it's a repeat violent offender and even when the person remained in Baltimore.
Was former Baltimore Police Department Deputy Commissioner Jason Johnson. We spoke with him about the arrest of Terrell Parker on drug distribution charges May 6th. Court records show the 26-year-old already had 3 open warrants for his arrest, including attempted murder. One of those warrants was nearly 6 months old.
Fox 45 News is questioning why it took Baltimore police so long to arrest Parker. Jason Johnson says it all comes down to departmental understaffing and that they can't track down every person who has a warrant.
It'll be interesting to see if city leaders address Parker's arrest or at least the staffing shortages within the police department. You can find more details right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. 9:34 in this morning, Fox 45 News is continuing coverage of the fallout from an attorney general's report detailing decades-long abuse within the Baltimore Archdiocese.
Now, nationally renowned civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining the fight. Shannon Lilly joins us live with a look at the latest developments in the case. Shannon.
Yeah, so what's happening now, Patrice and Tom, is civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining a Baltimore firm vowing to pursue justice. This after the Catholic Church here in Baltimore has already shelled out more than $13 million to abuse victims, but it's bracing for what's expected to be millions more in damages. In fact, some of the church's youngest members who suffered abuse years ago returned yesterday demanding accountability. Attorney Ben Crump announced a series of civil suits that he plans to file this fall, representing all ages and all races of victims.
For everybody who was abused, we're going to make sure they have a voice, not only in the court of public opinion, but we're going to give them a voice in the court of law. We want you all to know we believe you now, and we stand with you, and you all are victims no more.
Now remember, this is all coming after the legislature approved the Child Victims Act last month, which removed the statute of limitations for sex abuse victims. And that means that the floodgates are now wide open, allowing any victim to sue the Catholic Church. And law firms are lining up, vowing to represent what's expected to be hundreds of abuse victims. The new law does cap damages from civil suits at $1.5 million, and it takes effect in October. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Shannon Lilly. Tom?
Thank you, Shannon. Coming up, a sunny day ahead, highs in the low 70s. Our next chance for rain will be here just in time for your Mother's Day weekend. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the next weather maker ahead in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Well, I don't know if I want to come back and do weather because now I'm getting into being more artsy. Right here at the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll talk about what's going on with all the great artists and exhibits you can see right here.
It is 9:39 and trending now. The Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower has been part of Baltimore skyline since 1911 and a beacon for innovation in the arts since 2007.
And we know somebody that just about every day says they want to get up there, they want to fix the clocks, they want to find out what is all about the Bromo Seltzer Tower. He's trying to figure it out.
He went up there, though, and made it worse.
But now he's making it better, putting himself in art. Right, Justin? Meteorologist Justin Chambers in the Bromo Seltzer Tower, all things art.
And that's exactly right, guys. And now we're in one of the galleries, so I need to kind of bring my little loud self down a bit. But just to kind of recap what we've done all day long. Obviously, we started up there on the roof. We came down into the clock room. All things, well, you can't go to the roof, but the clock room you can see. And the first 3 floors of the Bromo Seltzer Tower, the historic tower, as you guys talked about, are art galleries where you can see some amazing artwork from some amazing artists right here in our own fair city. So this is a great thing to do. They've got all sorts of events coming up. We're going to talk to my man right here, Kirk Shannon Butts. Step on in, sir. You are, well, I like that. I like how you kind of slid right in there. You're the curator for Baltimore Office Promotion and the Arts. And talk about why people and artists like working in this kind of environment.
This environment is very open. We're downtown Baltimore right now. We're working on our Emerge Baltimore series, and we created it last year after the pandemic. It was very successful. We won a National Endowment for the Arts Award. It's also sponsored by MSAC, which is the Maryland State Arts Council.
Now, talk about Emerge. You said you were coming out of the pandemic, and this is all about showing how great this city is and what beautiful things that these artists have to offer, right?
All of our artists are from Baltimore or based in Baltimore. Right now, we're standing in the gallery with Sean Champion. She's a photographer right here from Baltimore. She's super talented. I just learned that she actually shot some of the members of the royal family.
What?
Her name is Sean Champion.
Oh my gosh.
And
hold on. Was she at the coronation?
Unfortunately, she was not.
Okay.
She was here with us in Baltimore.
Which we like. We want her here in Baltimore. This is just a beautiful gallery. So floors 1, 2, and 3, the Bromo Seltzer Arts Tower, galleries, and then the artists work upstairs in all the studios. But you guys have a thing coming up next week on May 18th, right?
So on May 18th, we have the Bromo Arts District Walk, and it's a whole scene. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We get over 500 people that come through. All the studios will be open then, so you could go in all of the artist studios and visit the galleries on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor.
I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, Kirk. Appreciate it. Now you can slide and bop right back out. All right, guys, so I've had a lot of fun. We've chronicled it on Facebook Live, on all my socials and everything, and I really appreciate all the folks here for letting us in, especially Eliza, letting me kind of run around and have some fun. But I gotta go back to work tomorrow, so.
Well, so we want to know, when you come back to work and we take the shot of the Bromo Seltzer, are the clocks going to be correct?
That, my friend, is the question.
All right, well, cheerio. Where the Baltimore Ravens are heading for their Week 6 game against the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, give your mom the gift of an amazing brunch. Coming up next, learn more about what's happening at the Pendry Hotel this Mother's Day. 9:43, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:45. Give mom a weekend to remember with a fabulous brunch date. The Pendry has a tasty menu offering a wide variety of options. Executive Chef Colin King is joining us with blinis and bellinis.
Correct.
Did I say that right?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay, so I know what a blini is.
Okay, good.
All right, so tell me what a blini is.
All right, so a blini is going to be a savory pancake.
Okay.
Basically,
That's this right
yeah, same idea as like you would normally have. But we're just going to take these. We're going to have a live station for our brunch that we're hosting out on our pool deck.
Okay.
So there'll be a bunch of different live stations. We've got one of our associates, Annie, making donuts for everybody.
Oh,
and,
nice.
Mother's Day obviously is an incredibly important holiday for us at the hotel, and for me personally, and my mother, Patricia, my wife Tracy, takes care of my boys, Keller and Macklin. We want to make sure that all the mothers come in and really feel that love from us.
That is awesome.
So we kind of doing some things that are going to be a little bit more straightforward, like a prime rib station. We've got a lavender honey mustard leg of lamb from Shenandoah we'll be serving.
Okay.
But then we have some fun things like this where, we can step it up a little bit for the moms. And
So, yeah, let's see this come together, because
Yeah.
I want to see what this all is. And I can't think of a better, sending your mom to the Pendry for, a nice night away, then come down and have some dinner in the amazing restaurant. I was just telling you, I was there a couple of weeks ago.
Right.
It is a beautiful, beautiful property.
Yes, thank you so much. It really is, and we have a lot of fun with food and beverage, and then the hotel itself, all the rooms are gorgeous, and really can't beat a night there.
There
So
you go.
here we've
and
got
still rooms available
still
for
rooms
Mother's
available.
Day weekend.
Absolutely,
Listen,
absolutely.
the men out there, are you all paying attention?
I am, yes. So this one, so this is our first blini here that we're going to do. We've topped it off with some of our famous whipped ricotta cheese. We've got a little sturgeon caviar, and so what this is going to do, it's going to have some creaminess, a little salt to it. The caviar itself has a really nice nuttiness to it, so really, really delicious, and we'll finish it with just a little bit of chive.
And what do you do with the one with the crab meat? Because now, how easy would this be to recreate at home?
If you can make pancakes, you can make blinis.
Okay.
So it's pretty easy, but we wanted to do one that was a little bit more extravagant. Then this is obviously going to be, our unapologetic Maryland style, where we're going to mix it kind of like an Oscar with a little bit of hollandaise.
Okay.
And then, of course, we'll never apologize for using a lot of Old Band things around here. And then we'll finish that with a little bit of chive as well.
All right, and then so let's top it off with the drink. How do you make yours?
So there's two different ways we can do this. So blinis typically are going to be made with champagne and then a little bit of peach juice. We're using passion fruit for this specific one.
Oh. Why?
And
Does that change the taste considerably?
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit more acid, but still a little bit of sweetness, so delicious and fun.
I'll be the judge of that.
All right. So that's how, let's hope it doesn't go over the top.
Hey, cheers to that if it does.
And then, so that's how we'll make it for typical moms.
Okay.
My wife, Tracy, she likes it if I do it like this and just say, passion fruit. And that's about it. So.
I can tell that you spoil your wife. Doing all this great cooking, and she gets a blini like that.
That's
That's
right.
pretty awesome. All right, so, the Pendry. Great Mother's Day weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate
it. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Amy Aronson. That doesn't sound bad, does it?
No, not at all. Perfect for Mother's Day. And by Mother's Day, weather looks better. Maybe you want to enjoy brunch outside with your mom on Sunday. Looks great for that. Now, Friday, heading into the weekend, it's going to be nice and warm, low 80s at that point. We do have some rain moving through, but I think it's primarily Saturday morning actually now. So that would be good news for any plans you have Saturday evening if you're headed out to dinner for an early celebration. And yeah, by Sunday, we are drier and staying warm with highs in the mid-70s at that point. Looking downtown, looks a little cloudy right now, but technically we're just tracking a little bit of smoke drifting in from Canada, actually. That's some wildfire smoke. That's what's keeping us mostly cloudy currently. I think we will eventually see some sunshine break through today, and that's going to help bring us into the low 70s. Rising temperatures over the next couple of days with a good amount of sunshine. And then we are tracking our next weather maker by Saturday, by the start of the weekend, sending us some showers at that point. High pressure technically building in from the north today, but we are also seeing that stream of some
Oh, come on. Fail.
Oh, wasn't this the whole purpose
great
of
shot.
Justin going up there?
Yes. To move the hands around
He'll
to the
never
right
live
spot.
this down if he does not correct that by tomorrow when he comes back in.
Maybe he's still working on it.
I hope so.
Fingers crossed.
And he also did not get out there like hang from the hands,
Right,
which is
he
what
said
I was
that.
wanting.
Right?
He's gonna
He's
go
got
out there and do
stuff
it.
to do still. I know. Well, it's a pretty day out there. Some haze right now, actually. That's from some wildfire smoke up in Canada, but it should be all sunshine this afternoon. Low 70s. We're in the 80s for the next 2 days, looking really, really pretty. Some rain rushes in. I think it's mainly Saturday morning, actually. So then clearing out for the rest of the weekend. And for Mother's Day, looks better, mid 70s at that point. Scattered showers will bring us back to reality come Monday, but the 70s are sticking around, so that's a nice welcome change as we head through the middle of the month. Looks like upper 70s Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, mid 70s next Friday. I like that trend.
That all sounds good. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty
Bring on the
nice.
summer,
On a roll.
please.
It's 9:56 right now, in case you were looking at
And we don't know what time we'll be here tomorrow because if
Right.
we're basing it off of
Right.
that, we could be late.
Right.
Yeah.
And who
It's
could blame us?
A little off.
We'll
I
be-
think
we'll be
all
at
of them
work
are telling the
some
wrong time.